Oh, 07. There we go.
Safety notice. Please follow designated routes and refrain from approaching the tanks.
Major delay. Oh, 07 real Exodus. What is going on? Oh, 07, man. I'm gonna go and make some refined minerals here. Alright.
Safety notice. Please follow designated routes and refrain from approaching the tanks.
Huggy Bear. Star Citizen and Hutch. I was trying to be funny too. Star Citizen and Hutch. Yeah, I'm gonna go with the electrostarolysis. See what that yield is. Lindenium and taurite. Let's get that quote. We have 23 minutes. Okay.
Please follow designated routes.
Order accepted. Let's get it going, y'all. And also, I want to go ahead. You have to remove or sell the inert material. I'm hoping that will become the concrete substance we will use for base building, so that it will have some sort of value. So nothing is wasted in this game. So sell unrefined. 32 UEC. Got it. Yeah, see, I just sold the unrefined. That's the inert materials. Okay. Let's go. Am I tired? Calmly tired, I guess, or relaxed, or a combination of both. Yeah. This could almost be reminiscent of the workbench, huh? In game, potentially. Have a UI on the wall and you have an interface. Yeah, I think that would be cool for your hangar. One up. I like his armor, man. What's up, bro? His armor looks cool. Oh, this is 2. Oh, this is surface.
Something's wrong with my house ventilation system.
It's not really bad here. You can see the hot fix has taken a bit of a positive spin, but I think they're going to continue to work on this. Sam J07, thank you for the follow. Oh, I'm good. I'm so good. I do this for the hobby, man. Not my life. Join us.
Something's wrong with my house.
Okay, let's see where we need to be. What's my current floor? 0, right? Cargo services, airlock to exterior. Okay, so I need to go down to the... I think it's 2. Oh, checkpoint. I need to go to 1. Next floor down. Next floor down. Oh, very good, Real Exodus. Whenever I can get into some Star Citizen and chillax, as you would say, chillax.
Stand clear of disembarking passengers.
Try my hand at some mining out here.
Stand
And
clear of disembarking
mix.
passengers.
I love this idea of what they did with the trams on this system, where one side goes up, the other side goes down. So it's automated. It's just a matter of getting on when you can. We're using the alternative side
Clear
to...
of disembarking passengers.
Okay, I'm in 3. I was going down. Okay, I need to go up, man. My bearing's right? 3. Checkpoint. Let's try 2. Security checkpoint, I'm at 1. I said that earlier. Okay, it's going up.
The capsule now approaching station. Stand clear of disembarking
Going to 1.
passengers.
Ask the guard. Yeah, I need to. I need to ask him. Oh shoot. 0. Wait a minute. Something's goofy. Okay. Something's goofy. That's me.
Something's wrong with my house ventilation system.
Capsule now approaching station.
been going on
Stand
with you?
clear of disembarking
0, 1.
passengers.
Okay.
Things are getting
Next
pretty
floor
desperate
down.
in the UAE.
The capsule now approaching station. Stand clear of disembarking passengers.
Checkpoint 1. Guess I'm more tired than relaxed. Look at that. It went from 0 to 3. Okay, that it isn't me. You see that? You see that? It's at 3. I don't know. Let's see what's going on here. One. Chef. There we go. 0 to the 7. I'm gonna call up the mold because I'm gonna change
Welcome
the
to
container.
the ASOC vehicle retrieval system.
Get the biggest bang for the buck. Do a claim on it.
Your insurance claim has been set.
Come back. Pull up the prospector.
Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location.
Next stop. Next stop. Yes. Look at the order. Got to look at the order of how they're moving it. All right. Small hangar.
Please visit us again.
Yeah, I would suspect another hot fix. So, what did you think about the all the ship news? Pretty good, huh? Galaxy is the next IAE, man. November cannot come soon enough. Oh my goodness, right? The Galaxy, yes, the Galaxy. Hopefully, with that, it means base building will be a thing, functional. It looks, all indications seems would indicate that all clues indicate that they're on their way to getting or ensuring that we'll have some form of base building next year prior to the release of the Galaxy. Other ships will have that capability. Or should I say crafting? I take that back, crafting. So they're prepping. Character's gonna get its next enhancement, which is, I think repair has turned into crafting now. Crafting of items, set items like components and things that nature if you have the materials. They figured out the rearming of basically your ship that uses ballistics. They have a space inside the ship where you will probably load the cargo of ballistics. So it all depends what you want to play. But they also said that now the RSI Salvation, which is now, I think they could generate some more sales, is that you can pretty much land your salvation inside the Galaxy, and it can transfer the materials from the RSI Salvation into the Galaxy, and it can do some things such as crafting of things, refining those materials. Should be interesting. But I mean, with ships, I think it would be in the best interest for you as the player to have ships that will extract or gather raw materials or salvage materials. I think those are the combinations that will ensure that resource management is at your fingertips. Power to the people. But they also said there's manufacturers. They named off a few manufacturers that will be involved with the new ships. Origin is going to come next year. I would hope it's a pharmaceutical-based, flora and fauna, flora, organisms, live organisms. It's DNA, cell structures. Being able to interact and extract those cell structures and apply them to ships that have a crafting module for organics, right? Bioscience, organic science. That you can kind of craft and create your own med gels to some extent, various levels of med gels. Here's the great news, Real Exodus. Not only do they have the med beds, they have the same functionality or ability as the Apollo, which is huge. If you go back to its specification sheet, it has 6 beds. That's probably at tier 3. Tier 2 would probably have 4 beds. Maybe 2. Yeah, 4. Two apiece for tier 2. And then if you want the tier 1 experience, like the hospital, then each room would have 1 tier 1 bed. So it goes to 2 to 4 to 6. Let me check the splash page for it. Um, Star Star Wars, Star Citizen Wiki. Let's see here. And of course, we're going to see the galaxy. I mean, the ironclad. I would, sup- I would guess that with them introducing the galaxy, they would have preparations in order for introducing the introducing base building. Okay, here we go. This is the page. There's the wiki page for it. It's, yeah, tier 1. It has one tier 1 bed for major injuries, two tier 2 beds for moderate injuries, and 3 tier 3 beds for minor injuries. It is important to note that the Galaxy does not have a medical room of its own, and if installed, this would be the only medical installation on board. There you go. But it has cargo. It has, well, unfortunately, we have to purchase that space for cargo, whereas I'm thinking throw us a bone, CIG here, because by default any empty space should be cargo based, right? If anything, for backers of the ship, have the default space as cargo already. The extra cargo module should attach, be some sort of extra connectivity to the ship externally, which would then increase the capacity of the existing cargo. What I would propose is this: it attaches, and then there's like a when you look, there's a platform. It opens up, so you attach underneath, right, the module. So you'll walk in, you open the door. There's a panel that opens up, and then you store in the bottom. Then once it's full, it closes, and then you can stack on top of that. So the premise is when you go to unload, you unload from the top, you clear that floor, the panel opens, slides open, and then you pull the cargo up from the bottom of that module. I would love that if they could do that. Yes. Also, they mentioned we will see the command module for the Caterpillar as well as the Ironclad and the Assault variant. Along with that, they did some interior updates, which they were able to create more room for the. I don't remember exactly for the Ironclad, but for the Assault, it's 1440 now. The other update was with the Mist series. They, instead of the cross section, now it's an X configuration. So it will allow the ship to land on planet side, moon, on surfaces. I thought that was pretty nice. But it comes at the cost of decreasing the capacity for the series because of that. That's fine. But also here's the thing, they were helping to alleviate the issues of people complaining that, hey, we don't want to be there removing or transferring that much cargo. So yeah, some pretty nice updates. The Kruger will have the ship called the Stingray. That's another ship by them. There's going to be another kind of generalist ship by Consolidated called the Forge. Very interesting ships, man, for next year. I think it's about they've seen the change in gameplay. It's about managing resources and such, being able, having the capability to gather your resources and manage them as an independent or proprietor when it comes to the economy, the fully fleshed out version of the economy. So it's the better version of your Star Wars Galaxy style gameplay. So yeah, I'm all in. Waiting for the elevator tram transport system to come online, which will then be the segue over to your base building. I think base building is going to be huge because it will be your go-to, your place of refuge, your place of sanity. Yes, the multi-purpose ships are starting to emerge. I think the original concept was the Vulcan. It'll be good to see the Vulcan come into play with the rearm, refuel, and repair concept. That's going to be a very interesting ship. If they can release it, it would be nice. What would that look like? Don't know. Producing, does it rearm with torpedoes, or only is it limited to missiles? Because of its sizing, it should have limitations, right? It should not be creating huge torpedoes, but missiles, yes. And the basic concept is if it's a SCU box, let it be full of missiles. You load it up the same as you would do the ballistics. There you have it. Now the fuel, I don't know. I want to call it the nodule. No wins. Now a lot of these ships is next year. We know that. They acknowledge that. A lot of those ships that I was speaking of, the majority. Now the Mist series, no timetable on that. They did affirm that, but your Galaxy next year, next IAE from John Crew himself. Next IAE, the Stingray, which is Kruger next ship. The Forge, which is a consolidated Outland ship. A lot of other ships, the Ironclad, all next year. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, all next year. No specific timetables except for when it comes to the Ironclad and the Assault and the Command Module. Oh, yeah. And what? Exodus. This is November 28th. In 48 hours, it will be December. Huh? Crazy, right? Wow. Yeah. In 48 hours, we will be in December. That's pretty cool stuff. But yeah, I shouldn't be surprised, but the Clipper is probably the best selling, was one of the biggest sales for Drake. One of the biggest sales. But one thing I was, there's going to be an Origin ship. Like I said, I hope it's a basic, your pharmaceutical crafting style. Well, in November, that is a year, technically. The next IAE. And the way things move, man, it'll be here before you know it. But in between that time and space, Real Exodus, think of this. To keep your mind occupied, think of this. We're going to be getting the Genesis system. We're going to get some iteration or the final product that will be dynamic server meshing. The Genesis system will be, which was referred to as the Planetary Tech 5. Yeah, you've seen that, didn't you? You watched the Star Citizen Live. They said they have not forgotten the solo players, and this will be a resurgence of solo play, even though it is an MMO. You want to be able to give all players the capabilities to make adjustments in the game, whether they have the party members or if they do not have the party members. You want to make that accessibility open to gameplay possibilities for Star Citizen, because as the concept said, or as Chris stated, this is a universe, a virtualized universe, and he wants it fleshed out so that it will kind of simulate reality to some extent, right? Or the possibilities of belief in the reality of what would it be like if you had a state-of-the-art, next, cutting edge technically built spaceship, and you're flying out there and you can travel. Shimpasta. I'm thankful for you guys. Thankful for chat. Shimpasta. 07, sir. Well, Shimpasta, I cannot see you are lamenting too much about the possibilities of what may not come. I think you've been pleasantly surprised. Could I be right? Could I be wrong? But I kind of feel that you are looking at things like, hey man, they've put a lot out there, and here we are. We're literally in Nix doing our thing. In Nix, literally flying about. Put it on cruise control. Get some visuals in. Yeah, and MMO is not straight equal to constant cooperations. Yes. Yep, Shimpasta approves. Hot Tub approved. They talked about what was it? They're looking to see if there was information regarding the Aquila, if it has crafting capabilities or such. They're looking for that. They're going back to the backlogs of concepts. They also stated that the last ship that is concept will be the battle cruiser, and I suspect that it may be the Anvil ship of some sorts. Birds dumb. Birds are dumb. 07 birds. 07. Thank you for the follow. Yet solo does not mean you have to be solo to everything, just to have important or interesting stuff to do as a solo player as well. Yes. And those important things are resource management, procurement of your resources to make sure that you're capable and you're capable to repair, because there's going to be downtime in the game during missions, in between missions, the maintenance and upkeep of your base, components and resources that you've installed on your plot of land. Maybe a generator, solar panels needs to be dusted off, things of that nature, replaced, damaged. Oh, he's typing. 07 birds. Nix is Niao. Yes, so we should be seeing the further iteration of Nix with the toxic gaseous irradiated Nix Pyro 1. Look at me saying Nix. Nix 1. I said Pyro. I'm getting crossed. Pyro 1, and then the habitable planet, which will then probably be a melting pot of the things we witnessed or have seen with CitizenCon Direct, the swampy areas. I'm thinking there's going to be another Valakar there, native to that place. Swampy areas, heavy dense forest types, and then also I think on the back end for next year they probably will be working on the interiors of Lorville, R-Corp, which is needed, and I think Orson. I think the space whale should happen pretty soon in 2026. The Boreal Stalker should be a thing in Microtech. Got a question for you. I seem to get a lot of desync on a relatively okay system. Any tips would be much appreciated. Join my Discord. I have where the settings. What? Give me some specs. Birds are dumb. Give me some specs on your PC. Like GPU type, chipset type. How much? How about memory? Are you using 16 gigs? If you're using 16 gigs, you're and of course I'm hoping you're on Windows 10, 11, not 10. I think for me, nightmare situation in game would be just seeing capital ships flying everywhere. No real Exodus, and they've talked about that. It's going to cost you a lot. Also, everybody, the tech preview, Evocati for now, the engineering system is coming down the pipeline. Engineering will ensure that you're not flying a capital ship around like a daily. The cost is immense. You're flying that for a purpose. They've not just Chris, but CIG has stated, if you're flying a cap ship, it better be for a damn good reason. So no, that won't be a nightmare at all. Real Exodus. Also keep in mind, we'll probably be getting on the roadmap next year of Castra. We'll probably be getting also, don't be surprised you see Castra and Terra added as well. What that means is you're going to see more systems. And by that time and beyond, in the next couple of years, you're going to see them go beyond 5 systems. So that will not be a problem for you, because people will be so spread out that they will probably start to look at, hey, we need to add NPCs, but they're going to continue to build out this system so things are spread out appropriately. Okay, you're good. 32 gig DDR, Ryzen 7, 9070. Okay, that's the culprit right there. They're 9070. If your memory is good, Birds. Your memory is good. 32 gigs. That's decent. But it's DDR4. But that's all right. If you have a little bit of cash somewhere, I would say start with at least get a 4070 Ti. Join my Discord. I got some tips for like setting the graphics settings. Let's see, Discord. There you go. That's my Discord. We got some tech tips in there and tech. You can DM me directly. I can whistle back with some suggestions. But I would start with that 9070. Yes. 4070 Ti if it's available. Also, you go to Best Buy, the 5080s are available as well. I would immediately tweak that graphics card. But also in your settings, yes sir. Okay, look here. In your settings, you want to set your graphics. You're going to set your graphics to like a 1080. Go to borderless, right? Tweak this. Take some of these things down a bit, just for playability. Take off your VSync. Take off motion blur. Take off, zero down the chromatic aberrations. Take off film grains. Yep, it's going to give you. Take off volumetric clouds, or take it to at least medium. Take it to medium. But I would say the 4070 Ti, or better yet, the 5080, they are available. I've seen them at Best Buy. All depends on what you're near. If you're near a Micro Center, even better. But I would start with the graphics card for now. And then I would just say, right then and there, just make it a weight game for looking at your CPUs. The prices are constantly going down. The next year's offerings will drive the prices down, so that's not too far ahead. Yeah. Yes, yeah, you're gonna see huge gains with the GPU. That's gonna help. Also, the good news is with this tech preview that's gonna probably come out today, they also include Vulkan. Vulkan is going to utilize the cores from your GPU as well as your CPU and balance them out. So you're going to see some definite gains. I think they're going to drop it by the end of year to live. They want to get it out to live. So stay tuned. I'll give you some feedback about what that test will look like once it hits. I can't show it, but I'll give some feedback on it. Oh shit, that Torite is very dangerous. Look at that. I just look at that. That Torite is no joke. Look. Ooh. Oh my God, that Torite. You do not want to use. There's probably some DC. Okay, it should crack. Torite is like that, man. I'm gonna move away from that because it might be some desync involved. I'm not gonna mess with that. Holy smokes, man, I'm staying away from that. I just don't understand why it's so bad. 16 gigabyte card should be okay. But yeah, jump in the Discord. I can help you with I can send you something on setting your card right for inside Star Citizen and your system as well. There might be some tweaks. There might be. Do you have? Are you using an SSD? Of course you are, right? Or does it's not on a hard drive, obviously. Yeah, that's a part of it too. Internet connection. Not sure. That's the other thing. Yeah, FreeFly. Yeah, it's not too well. I think it could vary with people where they're connected, their internet speed. It could be bloat within the operating system. Things of that nature. Yes, so you're good. Yep, NVMe. Yep, that's good. Yeah, so it's probably some tweaks you have to do. But again, they're going to introduce Vulkan. That's going to be a thing. That's going to help. It does FreeFly does bring issues. But the fact that it's a 9070 it's been years with a 9070 because you're talking about after 9070 was the 1080. And right now the 1080 is long in the tooth. It's like, ooh. And the 1080 is kind of, yeah. The servers has been acting up. Yeah. FreeFly is almost over. I think by Tuesday it's over. So you should see an immense performance gain after this FreeFly is over, which is good. EAC, what is the EAC? $9070 is brand new to model AMD card. Wait a minute, are we talking about NVIDIA 9070 or you're talking about for the AMD card? Okay, let me look. You don't mean the 97 NVIDIA. Thank God. I'll take a look. Yeah, it's definitely some tweaking. It's got to be done. And it's in your settings as well. and take off. Go into your applications and look at a lot of things that are like solitaire and all those crazy things in Windows. Back up, back up. There we go. Oh, the AMD Adrenalin driver. Yeah, check for those updates. Yeah. Rollback. He's saying that's the one that works. Yeah. See? Again, community, man. 25.91 is the one that works. Very nice. 07 Road to Exodus. Yeah, this is why Star Citizen. That's another reason for the success of Star Citizen. Yeah, with that statement comes a lot of controversy in what I'm saying, so I gotta be careful what I say. But the community for sure enhances and encapsulates the potential of success for Star Citizen. The numbers say otherwise. The number says they are being successful, but they have to overcome the get through the needed updates to really propel this way over the top, which they have the ability and the opportunity to do so. Lots of potential with Star Citizen. Things are within the vision scope of making it a reality. With that said, yeah, I think the community really enhances them in regards to getting it over the hump. The support of the community, they know that. Chris says it a lot. It's going to get there. The community base is going to ensure that it gets there. That's a delayed. See, there was I knew it. All right. Yeah. You understand. And sometimes people are gonna complain regardless even if something's perfect. But at the same time, they're still developing the game, so there's some leeway to, hey, cut them some slack, but stay on it when they kind of go off track, go off kilter. Then yeah, call them out for some things like, wait a minute here. But for the most part, they're digged in the aspects of making this something that's never been played before. I think this has the potential to be the real life equation to Ready Player One, the movie, where it's a destination place and you create your own story. Things happen. You create your own story in here. And eventually with crafting of things and making things and the selling of things, you have the potential to create your own reputation. Yeah, and this is the reason why we had an earlier conversation about, hey, I don't want to see capital ships flying around all the time, because it's like, hey, I paid, I'm a winner here, and based on that, it's going to be tough to knock me off my post. And it's going to cost you. There's pros and cons to what we do, and they're looking always to balance that out so that whatever you utilize, there's going to be a pro and con to that. Yeah, I think that's the thing. Isn't that the thing where, like Chris said, we're one of the few that's still standing here as a studio, and I think that's the unappreciated aspect is that we can give positive feedback. There's the potential to come up with something new as far as concept is concerned. The changing of gameplay on the fly as things come online or gets better. That's pretty cool when you're able to understand and see what's being developed, and it goes into the engine. The engine, that's a good thing to know that the engine isn't final. It's not locked in. There's room for improvements. There's no other game that will present or have that opportunity brought to you in which you can be a part of to make it even better. Graphics are next level, which they're going to continue to improve. Cannot wait to see Genesis come online. That's going to be huge. And that's early next year. At some point they're going to start talking, having conversations about it. I'll be watching it. But the visuals, yeah, that's it. That opens the door for exploration, space travel in the game. Multiple locations you go to and interact with people or travel to find out new things about the game. I'm excited, as we all should be. And if it's perfect, I think that'd be boring because there's nothing to complain about. Yeah, birds. Matter of fact, that's the test is coming today. It's on schedule to drop today. They said Friday with the tech preview with engineering. It has Vulkan in it, a more up-to-date Vulkan. So global illumination. I did notice immediately when I loaded the test with Vulkan, I had no micro stutters, right? So I'm really excited about that. And then with the new Planetary Tech 5, which is now called the Genesis system, when they rewrite the locations with that new code, with it comes efficiencies and optimizations built into that new coding that is the Genesis system. And then we're not even talking about the dynamic server meshing that should presumably be next year at some point, or we should get some updates regarding it, right? So that's going to be an added layer of optimizations with it. So looking forward to the development, the improvements, and I think we as people should, and this, I need to take my own advice too, enjoy the journey more. Don't get caught up in, well, I don't see where this is going to be something, or I don't like the state of this at the moment. Just play what you have, try to enjoy it, but enjoy the journey. It's about that, enjoying the journey. And people say, oh, I'll come back when they have an established this or established that. Guess what, people? There's so much to learn in this game. It's just enough for you to get your muscle memory in regards to how do you play it, how do you set your key bindings, how do you control your ships, what are the new adjustments to how we interact in the game. You got to stay on top of all that. If not, you're going to come back months or a couple of years later and say, hey, I'm back. There's these new things in Star Citizen. I want to crew up. I want to do this. How do you do this? What is that? How do I do that? Wait a minute. I thought this key binding was for this. Where is it now? I'm just like, holy smokes, dude. Have you not stayed up on top of this? Oh, yeah, that's right. You took a couple of years off because you didn't, you felt as though it wasn't moving in any direction at all. And it's like, okay, you've been caught. You've been compromised. Now it's almost like you got to start and learn the game all over again. And it's like, what? Yeah, because they're changing. Things are changing. In a world of reskin, lazy, overdone, AAA game, reskinning and lazy, it's synonymous, right? Because Madden was, which was shown that they did that, they got caught. Games will do that and put a moniker of part 2 or version 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it stays fresh. Did you refer yourself to get the Star Kitten Dragonfly? Oh, ha ha. That was funny. They did talk about a little bit of rebranding or brand of Star Kitten. I think John Crew hates it. He didn't want to. He tried to hide his disdain for Star Kitten. That was a Todd Pappy thing. Todd Pappy, he wanted his Star Kitten stuff. Yeah, and that's a flavor, right? Birds. That's a flavor of the game. People, they call it the zero to hero aspect. Start up, grind, make your own legend. That was Privateer back in the day with Chris Roberts. That was the game. I really loved the concept of it. I got a referral. Hey man, I'm not hating on Star Kitten. That's right, Star Kitten. They want some other brands too. That the Shark Mouth. They kind of mentioned some things of that, in that line. A Shark Mouth version, variants, or line or production line across the manufacturers where it's appropriate. But yeah, I think Star Kitten should be a thing. I mean, why not? John Crew's like, hell no. Maybe just bring it in just to get on his nerves. But yeah, I told John Crew, I love you, man. When he officially announced the Galaxy for next year, specifically IAE, it's on target to re-release with IAE. So I thought that was really, really cool. Not too much talked about in regards to of the Kraken, which is in active production. So it was just, I think that was just with regards of the Kraken, they might want to release that at a certain time or maybe a Squadron 42 release. I don't know, coincided with that. Not sure. But it was more of, we don't need to talk about that. You already know. Yeah, Star Citizen Live was great. It was 2 hours, right? 2 hours, yeah. Lots of information regarding it. Yeah, I wouldn't mind probably doing a little replay of it and just gloss over the really cool things. But yeah, there's gonna be they named what the Clipper is. These multi-role ships. They call it, I guess, the generalist narrative. I think that's your kind of like solo. No, I don't want to say that. That it's a solo aspect, but it's the generalist. I want to hear them talking more about that. But yeah, the Kraken will be released. Yeah, they've been working on that. They also stated we're getting the Ironclad as well as the Ironclad Assault for next year. So yeah, man, a lot of ships. I'm wondering. They said RSI was another manufacturer where they're going to release a new ship, or I don't know, not a concept. I'm wondering if it's the Arastra. They said Misk will release ships. I'm wondering, would it be the Odyssey? Would it be the Expanse? I'm thinking more of the Expanse because they increased the capacity of its SCU cargo modules, right? So refining from a distance, because we're going to get Castra, we're going to get Terra, but definitely probably Castra is going to be on the table for next year. I would not be too shocked if they added Terra by the end of next year. But all depends on how the Genesis system works, and if they get to a point where they're really moving ahead with it, we could see multiple systems in 1 year. but they didn't state anything about that. That's just me theory crafting based on, if their processes turns out to be really, really user friendly, easy to work with, and stable, you could definitely see an uptick in the production. But I think that's a ISC type of deal, a Star Citizen Live deal, where they'll have conversations about it, because they'll be back next year about, regarding the updates. And then I think Jared said he has a new role. I think it's more of, I guess, was it like the Ben Lesnick thing, or the concepts, coming in with concepts. I think over the years he's seen a lot of things come together, and I think he can help with coordinating things. So I'm wondering, I'm thinking that could be his role, that he helps to coordinate and work with the developers, specifically the younger developers coming online. But yeah, they're giving him roles to play in and help figure things out, because it's a lot to do, a lot to keep track of. Did I go the wrong way? I think I did. I think the spline is back that way. Let's see the location. Wrong hole, man. That looks like a Wolf Alpha. There we go, I think, yeah. There we go. Let's go ahead and call up a hangar. Holy smokes. And Idris. Huge. Cap ship for sure. Go back this way. Hope is here. Says that's a Perseus right there. And the Polaris. Oh, they said they're going to look at improving the Polaris based on the updates from the Perseus. Just a big shot here. Look at this. Hangar, I'm in the queue. This guy's got a red marker on his ship. Could have. Okay, I'm in Q1. I'm waiting. Aegis Dynamics, yeah, the Vulcan. Yeah, the another big ship being sold. Correct, right? Today is Aegis. Okay, waiting for my cue. Okay, here we go. Got a request. Okay, where's my marker? Hangar request completed. Okay, the marker just showed up. There I am. In that same spot where that ship is. I have to fly around it, maneuver around it. Abandoned ship. Welcome to IAE. Welcome to IAE, y'all. Look at that. I need to get a salvage ship. I might get a cry. Holy smokes. Hold on. Maneuverability, baby. Maneuverability. Get yourself some. There you go. Let's make it happen, Cap. Don't stop my don't stop me from dropping ore my location. I'm gonna increase the capacity as well. This is the AVG hangar. This is the one I pledged for, so I think that's a good. The Aegis line. I think it's. And you know, I was thinking the same thing, and I'm like, I don't remember the name, but let's look it up. Man, it's starting to become. It's getting to a point where you're gonna have to look up your ships now because there's so many coming into the game. Aegis Dynamics. Then I heard them say Aegis. I'm like, wait a minute, what's going on here? I think they're doing that for the fun. Let's see. Aegis Dynamics was founded from a merger between Earth-based Aegis macro computing and Davian-based dynamic production systems with the explicit goal of constructing naval spacecraft. The firm was favored by Ivor Messer, and thus grew to prominence during the First Aran War. During the Messer era, Aegis craft became synonymous with the ruthless, oppressive regime. Oh wow. Okay, they got the Retaliator bombers. The Idris, yeah. So that's the Idris for sure. Midas salvage claw item manufactured by Aegis. Oh, the Reclaimer. That's Aegis. Hammerhead. Retaliator. Avenger. That's Aegis. The Nautilus, the Warlock, the Stalker, the Javelin. That's the one. The Javelin. You got the Redeemer, the Eclipse. You had a Gladius variant. The Gladius is also a part. The Warden, the Vulcan. I love that ship, and it's still in concept.
Welcome
Damn.
to the ASOP vehicle
Sentinel,
retrieval
the
system.
Sentinel, the Saber Comet, Reclaimer, Stalker, Warlock, Idris M, Hoplite, the Eclipse. I said the Eclipse. Retaliator. I said that. I did say Javelin. Did say Hammerhead, Saber, Firebird, and the Titan. So yeah. Your ships will despawn now automatically. I think because of the heavy volume that's in Nyx right now. Orlevsky, the landing zone. I'm going to call up the Argo Mo. Ergo, my Argo. Set it free. Don't break up my family. Argo. I thought I called it. Oh, I'm in the small hangar. I must be in the small hangar. Come on, hangar update. Yeah, that's Aegis. The Javelin. I think people are going to go after that Javelin. The big. Yeah. Can you? That's crazy, man. All right, so I'm gonna call up the mole. I'm gonna change out the.
Vehicle retrieval system.
There it is. I'm gonna retrieve it.
Your vehicle has
Oh,
been
he went to
delivered
small
the
hangar. I don't. Let me see. Couldn't call it from there. Yeah, they could put all this together and make it more cohesive. That's gonna be cool. Figuring that out. But I think with the success of IAE, which is still ongoing, oh crap. I think
to the ASOC
we will
vehicle
see
retrieval system.
more people hired for specific roles to help get them over the hump. Oh crap. It says small hangar. Oh, 7 squared. It's been a moment. Yes, sir. How are you? Oh gosh. Nix has improved a little bit. I think the number of people and the volumes have went down. Okay, mole. Medium. Okay, now it may work. I did get the Clipper. The Clipper upgraded to the Ironclad Assault from the Ironclad. Upgraded from the 21 Wolf to the Alpha Wolf. Did procure the medical, I believe is the medical module for the Galaxy. Oh, by the way, which is coming for the next IE. What else? I think that's basically it. I don't know. I'm thinking about the RSI Salvation because you can. They just recently said or announced from Star Citizen Live that you can land that ship inside the Galaxy and transfer your materials into the Galaxy, and then from there you can refine it. So I'm thinking about that as keeping that as a parasite ship for the Galaxy for materials. So I'm thinking that with the release of the Galaxy next year, we may have the base building module. That ship, man, it is the true Swiss Army knife. Truly. How about yourself, Squared? Get anything? Yeah, I think the Drake Clipper is going to be a fun ship. That's I think it's almost a consensus. Rabical 07, thank you for the follow, Rabical 07. So what's your mindset for the state of the game now, Squared 2? Are you kind of happy with the recent developments? Are you still kind of like on the fence? Or are you like, no, I'm not happy? Just curious. What? Oh, I'm not. Well, actually, Radical, I'm basically using. Well, this is a loaner, which the loaner for the RSI Arastra, right? Because I'm waiting for the updates to the mole, which is closing or making those two side mining turrets remote to seal them in. Arcane 07. But no, I think the potential is still a part of the mole. It still resides as a potential for medium size mining. I no doubt about it. I'm going to procure these to increase the size of the. I'm going to increase the size of my prospector, the capacity, and store the rest of these, so I have them as a stored feature. But yeah, I think mole I'm not totally unhappy with it. I'm just waiting for them to make those improvements when it becomes at a point they're caught up with what they need to catch up with regarding priorities of what needs to be done. But The mole, I think it's one of the better flying style medium-sized ships. It's tanky. It feels right as far as its flight model. I give them that. But I'm not a fan of the wear and tear of the user interface, the cockpit glass. It gets scratchy. It's hard to see things. But I think still, if you own the Argo and you are big about multi-crew mining, keep it. They're going to improve it, but it's just these side turrets that it doesn't make sense for you to be exposed. Right, they're over here, I guess. I'm trying to find them. Yeah, they're tucked back inside the. Yeah, and it's just open exposure right there. In space? Nuh-uh. No. Let's not do that. I'll place these here. I'm hoping that they're not 32s, unless they changed them. I'm thinking that they're not. Transfer these over to the Prospector. Waiting till last day to buy. Loving the current patch. Wow. I love the wow Square. That's a lot coming from you, man. That says a lot, and that's a good thing, man. I appreciate that. That's a good thing. You're stating that hey, there is positive change with things. But yeah, I what loadout do you like in the mole? Pontes. I like the helixes. I like the modules. I like the modules, the temporary modules that you can get the little surge spike is needed when you mine the larger rocks. I think still the mole is still a viable. It's just lamenting over. I can't wait till the changes take place so then I can just go ahead and really enjoy it. So if you have it and that's your go-to for multi-crew mining, nothing wrong with that. But I did melt for the Arastra. I'm waiting the Arastra and its improvement. So that's going to be cool where you can actually pull in your resources, your ore, and then refine them and then take them to the station and then sell. Holy smokes, that's going to be huge. But if that's again the expanse, I suspect that we're going to see the expanse next year potentially. But yeah, I still say that Argo Mole is viable for those who have it. Yeah, it's about those credits. Yep. It's about that bottom line, baby. For sure. Let's go ahead and
Your vehicle has please visit us again.
bring up the Prospector. There she is. What's the drop? Oh, Tom, it's 4 hours. Squared. I'll give you that. I'll definitely get you 4 hours in. Yeah. Oh, you didn't mean a month? It takes about a month. Amount, yeah. Just messing. But yeah, it's about 4 hours to get the drop. So I'll be here. If you need me, I'm here. Get your armor. So you or just put me in the background. We're about an hour and a half in. Unlock. How many have accumulated so far? How many hours? I'm about an hour and 26 minutes in. And you'll see your progress in Twitch. Okay, my port is unlocked. I should be able to do that remotely on the Mobiglass for a ship. Like you bring up your ship, ports, things of that nature, along with your moving of components in the Mobiglass. I think that integration is needed. All right, so now okay, that's that side. There we go. And I'll see if the capacity is went from 32 to 48, I believe. I love the monocular. Let me try it again. Needs that zoom effect, but yeah, I like it. What's going on with my tractor beam is not working? There we go, it's back online. Whew. Got me nervous there. Yeah, I was hoping. Yeah, I'm like, I hope they did not change that. But yeah, you can also purchase them as well, which I think that's a good option. Nice customization option for the Prospector. There we go. Grabbing the others. Wait a minute, are they on the... Did not detach them. Jumping ahead of myself. Uh-oh. Bang, 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 bang. There we go. Make sure it's on the grid. Okay, there we go. Increase that capacity and get back out there. And I think I have ore in the bag, so technically, if I just drop them down in the elevator, I should still be able to sell. Let's try that experiment. Drop the other. Hope is here. Welcome to Levski. All right. right, let's get on in that prospector. Lock those ports. Get back in the black. It's about that bottom line, baby. Oh, you could not find. If you have your name, I think go to Twitch and your name, I think. And let's see. 'Cause that's what I did. I went to that. Let's see here. And then if you go over to, so it's, you go to your channel with your name on it in the top right. Then over to the left, you'll see Home, Alerts, Analytics. If you go down to Viewer Rewards, you click, you click Settings on the left panel. Once you're in Creator Dashboard, go to Settings, click the Settings cog, and then you'll see your should be Viewer Rewards. I backed up. I was there already. 1 second. Let me do this again. Click your name in the far right. Click Channel. Wait a minute. No, I'm sorry. Create a Dashboard. And then once you're in Create a Dashboard, go over to the left. Below Create a Dashboard, you will see Viewer Rewards. You click Viewer Rewards, and then you'll see drops. No, rewards. I'm sorry. Shoot. And I think you'll see Star Citizen. It's a category. You scroll down, you'll find. What is it? Let me see the name of it. Holy smokes! All these drops. You should see a category that's Star Citizen. I'm trying to see if it's still here. I'll give you the exact name. Okay, it's going to say look for Welcome to Nyx in drops. You're going to see Welcome to Nyx. And then you'll see it's enabled. Watch for 4 hours. Oh, 07. Armor looks nice though. Let me jump in the ship here. Or a seat. Cockpit. Oh man, I got a drink, man. Let me lock the. Okay, now it's locked. Power up. Let's see the capacity. 48 SCU. There we go. Change these user interface screens. Scanning there. Okay. All right, let's call up. Here we go. It's about
Let's make it happen, Cap.
Head on back out. But yeah, the indicator, I'm looking at the time spent in stream, so I get to that mark, I'll let you know. But yeah, you'll get your armor. Nice armor though too. Very nice armor. Cruise control. Beautiful landing zone, man. This is it back in the day when it was Delamar, Levski. It was a round, like moon-like asteroid. It was called an asteroid, but they were testing it. Now we see a proper asteroid landing zone of their reimagining, proper reimagining of it as it should be from the concept. But the Glacium ring is beautiful. Pedro knocked it out of the park again. Is there not any bad audio or music score by him? I mean, he nails it, and it's like I'm wanting, but not. I've yet to hear someone say, I think silence is golden. No bad comments on his music score. It's just, man, when I heard Area 18 for the very first time, man, I felt it in my bones, man. I felt it in my spirit. It was just, and now this, when you see on the signs, hope is here, hope lives here, and you hear the music and you're saying, this that music score could or should be named Hope. You feel the hope in his music. Might be late reply. Even I do own multiple ships. I mostly go in other player ships. Yes, since they need crews mostly. Real Exodus, there's too many ships, not enough players, and eventually, the first to be served as a priority. I think I put it this way: the first to be served, but yet it will benefit all people who have this capability in like the smaller ships that are multi-crewed. I would have to say the first thing would probably be, I wanted to say this, I'll say the thing that makes sense. I wanted to change the locations. I was going to say turret. No. The first NPC they should introduce for NPC crew management, crew membership, it should be the hospital. The hospital. And the effect of, let's say, what would make the NPCs or the NPC medical chief surgeon or medical officer, your Bones McCoy, Dr. McCoy. I'm gonna say Dr. McCoy. That's the working name. Dr. McCoy should be able to procure or utilize Medgel, right? He has a specialized attachment. So just like Dr. McCoy injects medicines into the patient, little vestiges of Medgel in that little hypodermic that's only for him to use. He pokes you with it. He gives you a little boost if he sees you're at a certain low percentage. I would love to see him make his rounds throughout the ship while let's say you're fighting, and he shoots you with the maybe the medical gun of the Medgel, and actually does his patrol to make sure you're healthy. That would be amazing for the medical aspect of NPCs. That should be a benefit of the capital ships first, but at the same time as it's entered in, it goes across any and all ships that have a medical facility, or let's say a operating room. So probably not for maybe the Apollo. Do you need it for the Apollo as a crew member? Maybe since it is the aspect of the Apollo. But the lower tiers, you got to find a way to get on the bed yourself. Now with the Endeavor, medical officers, as far as a timetable, chief medical surgeon, chief medical officer should be there with the Endeavor. He makes his round, right? He goes through, and then that's a random drawing of if it's male, female, eventually ramping up, maybe an alien version of a chief medical officer. Oh, I would love that. That would be beautiful for the game. The only exception is you will not see a Vandal medical officer. I'm chief surgeon. He has an axe. Oh, we got to cut off arm. Chink. Cut off legs. Chink. You get metal now. You better. It's like, oh no, not for me. So no, there will be the only exception. But would love to see that in game for the Endeavor, at least to that point. Once we see the Endeavor have its own medical facility for the maximum, I would say give the Endeavor 4 or maybe 6 medical tier 1 beds. No bones about it. It's just tier 1. It's bespoke. The Endeavor should have a bespoke tier 1 medical. Damn, I should have had a salvage ship out here. Look at that debris. Bespoke tier 1 medical bed 6 for the Endeavor. Hands down. For the fact that they waited, for the fact that I don't know if they've been patient. I don't know, but still, they've waited just the same. But a medical officer, and I think for other ships that have maybe a medical facility, definitely for the Apollo, a medical officer. Hell, maybe 2 for the Endeavor. A medical officer, chief medical officer walks around and pokes you. If they see your percentages are low, they hit you with a hypodermic or the med gun automatically. Yeah, and that's why I don't put that there as the priority. That would be the harder aspect of developing, which I totally agree with your statement, Real Exodus. Moving ammo, filling weapon racks, cleaning, maybe even do engineered tasks. Put out fire. Now, Real Exodus, I'm going to borrow that because that's brilliant. A quartermaster, NPC quartermaster crew member who refills. He goes to the armament or the cargo area, like they stated just recently with ballistics. Move that ballistic with a tractor beam and take it to a station and refill as they're needed. And if it's out or they have the narrative to the captain, we're low on ballistics. But don't keep repeating it where they get on our damn nerves about it. Then you want to get rid of them. There'll be short-fused players who want to get rid of MPKs. You talk too damn much. It's like, oh boy. Yeah. That kind of deal. But yeah, it would be wonderful. I didn't think of Quartermaster until you mentioned it, Real Exodus, as an NPC. That's brilliant. Gotta give you credit right there. Well, it's like a military engineering task, right? In the Navy, there's like the military engineers called the am I okay to say that? Seabees. They do engineering on the military scale. Put out fires, multi-role. Yeah. But I would say get the first thing right and then build on it, or provide, let's say, safety, right? Safety insurance officers. You can break it down, and that way it's more of a variety and it gives more characteristics to the NPCs when you make your choices. Unless they level up to that, right? NPC guards, that Real Exodus, that's another one. You treat them just like they are, you look at them as we see NPCs we interact with in the game, who we fight against. The opposite of that, they ally. Same thing as they're on the your typical red shirt. I would say the working name is RED Security. RED shirt security. They will accompany you there, or you can command them to be a part of the away team to investigate on planet, moon side, surface, or they stay on ship and provide guard. That would be the next step up, or the next iteration of crew members for a ship. The capital ships will have a certain number of how many they can keep, maybe 4, and work it from there. They'll patrol their section of the ship, communicate. That will be very strong. But also all aspects of multi-crew ships may or should have that, one for a multi-crew, like a medium size to large, but then the capital ship should have maybe 4. I don't know. A quadrant, they'll be assigned a quadrant. Or maybe 3 and 1 chief security officer. He's heavily armored, he has he's a heavy, he has what you call the equivalent of like maybe a Gatling gun. So in respect of boarding parties, or you have to take down that crew, you take down the security officers, and then the big bad, or the mini boss, the lieutenant would be that chief security officer you have to take down. He's super armed, but you take him down, then the others will fall into place. It shouldn't be not that hard. Yeah, they're real exodus in regards to the capital ships. Knowing that there's so much tech debt, they reduce those numbers immensely, so that there's a balance between how the game operates and how many you can, in regards to how many you keep on board. So they're working out those balances, right, for sure. Oh, it's a lot less than that, but we'll keep it for the betterment of debating it. Stay tuned. Yeah, but then again, it could ramp up if they really get dynamic meshing really dialed up, and it proves to be something prominent. So yeah, we don't know, but keep your eyes out for that for sure. That's debatable, to be determined. But yeah, a busy capital ship makes it a capital ship. When you see Star Trek original series or any version of Star Trek, they're walking around the hallways and people going about their business. But it's got to be not. They have to be purposeful. They can't just be just fillers, just for visuals. They have to have a purpose, for sure. No doubt about that. Ta 07, man. What is going on? We're talking, playing and talking. Did you see the latest Star Citizen Live? I think it went for 2 hours, y'all. Jared went deep diving on that one. He was glad to be back. He missed us. He missed us. He said everybody but you, Kimmy. But you. Oh snap. They were talking about, like, I threw out an idea of like mission givers. Certain games, it comes off like a movie. You see the credits fade in, fade out. That would be interesting. Like when you want to know who the dev, like I use Elliot's name as a example. Mission designed by Elliot Mulby. Environment by River Dirt Guy. Things like that. It would be really cool. As you go into the missions, you get a little heads up on who did what, give little credits for it. That would be fun to see it. So it gives you, and I think it would be interesting because it falls in line with Chris's mindset about this whole concept of Star Citizen. He loves making movies. He wants that kind of theatrical feel and vibe, that definitely does that. It scratches that itch as to how does Chris see this game. He might like that, so why not bring it up as a potential feature added to these mission givers, right? What if their purpose is simply existing? I'll repeat that. Oh, you mean the 50? Are you answering the 50 players? 3/4 of them doing very minor tasks won't work in practice. Yeah, they definitely. Well, we were saying, Todd, with tech debt, you don't want to have wasted efforts of players on these huge capital ships, and all they do is just their eye candy, and they just sitting there eating your rations. You're like, no, you better get some work done. You know. Yeah, I mean, for tech debt, you want purpose behind that. You don't want to just put cannon fodder out there on tech debt. That would drive people crazy. Yes, and I think it earns it, right? Let's say that would be okay, let's change the narrative right here. What's the potential of, as they create these mission givers and they're really good, then they get those credits rolled, right? At the end or the beginning. You know, as you're gathering everybody up and loading everybody in the ship, you see the credits roll because it's a great mission. It's got to be a voting consensus, maybe. Darth Copium sucking up all that O2. Yeah, for what? Eating my stuff on the in the mess hall, and all you doing is just just hanging out. You ain't hanging out in my ship. You better have a purpose.
I want the truth. You can't handle the truth.
No. Get some of that Terranite. Man, look at that. No wiggle room. Oh snap, and it's got a nerve to really ramp up. They said medium and it just shot up. Back up. Nope. Not yet. Start from scratch. It's a good challenge for me right here. It's your break, yeah. There it is. It's like you move it close just slightly towards it, it will then start to generate finishing its process. I haven't seen a legit mission cycle that is complete yet in the game. ASDs aren't complete. Fight for Pyro isn't complete to my knowledge, so there's a lot they need to work on before they even drop credits in the game. Yep. I can agree with that. But I think what's the revolution, what's the evolution of mission givers? That you have a basic premise, right, or platform based off of things that are foundational, like those huge warehouse facilities. That's a platform, and so you can kind of have a modular approach to the scenarios that play out, but also keep in mind that maybe you have this hybrid of things that are instanced and things that are continued as a MMO where anyone can come drop in. So you have those scenarios where things happen, and what happens is NPCs arrive to rob the place and things of that nature, or you have mission givers to you go to the bar and you have a mission giver for, hey, there's a loadout of really rare stuff, you need to go there, but at the same time people are dropping off things and then it all happens all at once. That aspect of the game to happen and to continually to be a part of existing or static parts of the game. It won't go away, but you have modular fluctuations and variations of it that happens, which I think becomes acceptable. You just have to keep your head on a swivel. And then what you would do, you would rotate or randomly set up those situations across the universe in those different places. So it could just be a bad day about to happen, right? Or as opposed to, hey, nothing's really happening today. It's just a routine, grab your cargo and go, right? Instances of, I want to see where, people want to gank or camp certain areas like that they get camped on by NPCs. When they see, I would say there's a ghosting reputation, right? So let's say there's players who want to grieve, right? Grief players. Or just say, I'm having a bad day, I'm going to make sure you have a bad day. In the background, the metrics could be gathered to say, hey, this person is creating crimes constantly. And they have the data to track and understand that it's happening at a high clip. Now, when they go out next time, they may get jumped. Hey, it could be a rival gang to say, hey, we've been noticing you've been really getting fat off the land right here, right? And where's our cut? And they just said, the hell with it. We're just going to kill you and take all your resources and scrap your ships and just lay waste to them, man, like big time. I would love that balance, to see that happen in game. Star Karma. Oh my God. Star Karma. Like, no, we don't want that. We don't want that. Yeah. Yeah, in the background, tracking your metrics. Or actual security players. Look, being able to, as a guild, they can pull your metrics and see, hey, you're bad doers in the game. I don't know, but maybe that's reverse grieving. I don't know. You may not want that. Because it's about the dishing out and can you handle what you dish out. That's controversial. I don't know the value of a Torite, but I'm about to find out. I'm about ready to get something to drink here. I don't know the value of Torite. I gotta find out. So, Squared, if you're still here, we are at the 2-hour mark for drops for me. Just saying.
Fracturing mode on.
think the overall premise for the game is DOASM. Do you as a player need to survive to keep your mind, your reputation, and money? The ASD facilities appear to be the primary missions that introduce that story. They would introduce to the player why DOASM exists and what the ramifications are with it. I've been saying it ever since the first ASD missions were released. Those will be the main story. I think with that, to add to that, with the, I kind of feel as though the emperors that are elected, like our current one, is based on science technology. You see the bad aspects of it. So whoever the emperor who is elected next, you can create or craft out a narrative based upon their elected seat, them being elected as the next leader going forward. And what does that mean for the story? I think you can craft stories around that and see the positive and negatives at the same time. And I think it will serve as a basis for what is the overall feel of the United Earth Empire as a whole, and what the influences will become. What are the negative impacts of people who will adhere to what their philosophy is and then twist and pervert it to their own liking, which will have a negative or a sort of fight for survival aspect of the game. So I think with ASD, with the new emperor, she was basing things on technology, science, and so we saw the ramifications of how it can be perverted or changed to a negative. So the next imperator or the emperor, it will have a seat of power. Then you look at their philosophy and then see what negatives that people can take from it and or use for their advantage, right? I think there was one emperor. He's not big on aliens, right? So maybe there will be a thing of the usage or the finding of alien technology that's that needs to be shut down. Aliens are fighting. Oh shit! Aliens are fighting or causing problems. Alien technology, Vandal alien technology, could be at the forefront, and you're fighting against them. That would be interesting too. Well, according to lore, the science behind what Jorah was doing was behind our current emperor's back, so she had no involvement other than shut it down. Correct. So I'm saying people will take a narrative and twist it, like you said. I think we're in agreement. Yeah. So that's an example of people's philosophy, and then it's being twisted, or it's something externally will leverage against their philosophy or the opposite of their philosophy, and so it plays out. I think that's room for the different temperatures of how we do things in the game can stay dynamic and interesting and challenging at the same time. I would love to see that. And you see those cycles. It doesn't mean that it has to be repeated, but as we're voting for the next emperor, you'll see the climate change in a way that, hey, this is what's going on in the verse, right? That potential is there. I'm going to take a drink here. But then the drivers for that would be loot, armor, weapons, rare weapons that will become templates for crafting. We procure it, we break it down. Maybe the refinery, you put it into the fabricator. It reverse engineers it So maybe you need components to add to, let's say you take that rare piece of armor, you put it into the fabricator. It takes a time to like a timer, like let's say you set it like the refinery machine, like the Dynex solventation process, which is the slowest, which will give you the highest yield or the closest thing to 100% of it. If you want to do it quick, it's then when it's created, its lifespan is shorter. You have to recreate it again, or you go for the longest process, which will take more materials. Once it breaks it down, it breaks it down to its essence to say, oh, the fabrication or the template is now done. Now it requires these elements based on it, based on the process, the slower process. That means you have to add a lot more material to it. So you satisfy adding the fabricator, add this, a longer list because you're going with a slower process. You fulfill it, then it takes longer to produce. And then once you produce it, it's always going to be the better types of weapons and armor. It takes longer because that's what you want. You want longer lasting quality, whereas people who want it immediately, the shorter process, it means more maintenance, but it spits out like it's nothing, right? And it takes less material. I love that in that concept of crafting, right? So you have that little time sink where it works. I love that. I hope they go with that route because it makes sense. For me, in my house, I will do the longer process because I want that quality. And I'm willing to spend my time for gathering more materials for it. Totally happy with that. A Hearthstonean, right? A lot of deals, a lot of backdoor deals, right? A lot more of piracy happening, theft, right? And so it would enact that if you being a security officer, your job would be that harder. It would be profitable for bounty hunters, right? Because you're going after criminals, right? And then you find out there's more of a conspiracy involved, right? But you will not get to the Hearthstonean because they are working under the secret law. You know, they're staying within the parameters. You got to prove. Well, it'd be hard to take them down. I don't know if it'll be possible because of their status, but that would be interesting. But that fear should be fleshed out. It should be fleshed out.
Extraction mode on. Mining mode on.
All right.
Fracturing mode on.
Good stuff, though, man. I think, yeah, Ty, what do you think about the Star Citizen Live? Did you get the opportunity to listen to all of it? A lot of ships, man. And as you know, IEE is not over right now. It's still a few more days. And like Squared 2 mentioned, there it is. I know, man. You caught me. Unintentional, though. As Squared mentioned earlier, he's waiting for that last day to kind of grab his items or whatever ship he's looking for. Again, they've knocked out so many records for sales, which I think is going to lead into them really getting the talent for specific locations of what needs to be done in game. I think they're going to do some serious hiring that's going to really propel this thing into a state of people are going to be blown away type of deal. You haven't watched it yet. That'd be a good time to watch it. We're going to watch it, do a little watch party. And it's a 2-hour segment, so Square, that would get your drops done for the most part. That'll be a good little segment to look at, and we can pop and stop and expound on what they're talking about. That'd be good. 100% inert material, man. Well, this is most of this area is mined out. But I think based on the aggressiveness and the fast tracking of data that's or processes or features that's coming across next year, I think that Genesis slash Planetary Tech 5 tech, I think we'll probably see that on the first half of 2026 because they really need to know. They want to really find out they probably got a working model already. But yeah, they want to get that out there as quickly as possible. I think they really want to get dynamic meshing out there too. I had armor in my hanger list. So you saying you already have it? Oh, Squared said, this is the optimistic Squared today, man. Wow. He said Star Citizen Live was great. Holy smokes. This is the new Squared. Quantum Squared. All possibilities. Quantum Squared too. Yeah, we're gonna see some really cool stuff for next year. And not just ships, but man, I'm excited to see Castra. I know Castra is going to be on the list. That's a no-brainer. We're going to get Castra next year. We might even get both Castra as well as Terra because they want to get more of the 1.0 stuff done. But here's the funniest part. Are we really going to be diving in, knowing that at some point they're going to release Squadron 42? How much are we going to? Does this thing exist, or is it not streaming in? Let me do the entity check. If it goes inside of the mining laser, yeah, it's not partially there. I think it's kind of generating. No reading.
Fracturing mode on. Mining mode off. Mining mode on.
Yes, that's major desync when you see that. When it's not spawning. The rocks.
Fracturing mode on. Mining mode on.
Okay, we have some debris out here. Oh man, it would be nice to be able to. Now I'm second guessing myself. I need to salvage. I like the process so far, which puts me at odds with many. To me, I am testing, so no real loss with bugs. So I enjoy the journey. That is the statement of the day, man. Enjoy the journey. That's what it's. That's my philosophy as well. Learn the game, continue to learn. There's things that are ever changing with it. You see now there's a major uptick in aggressiveness in their process completion of things. We're getting the engineering this year, the tech preview. There should be an update, message of the day in that regard at some point. I would not be surprised if they dropped it already. I'm peeping in. Let's see here. See, there's a message of the day, chat. Yes, engineering tier 0 ship armor. So many, and that's a good thing, right, Ty? Or is it not a good thing? So many things. Yeah, keeping us busy, man. They're gonna no message as of yet. Yeah, because it's not even time for IEE yet. I think maybe it is. All depends. Maybe IEE is yet to start. I might double back and go for the RSI Salvation, knowing that Crusader and Tumbril, knowing that it will fit inside of the galaxy now, and I can move material. Yeah, but I have the Vulture. Vulture's not going anywhere. Crusader is on the move, man. The Mercury, A1 Spirit, Hercules, Inferno, Ion. Intrepid. Oh, wow. A lot of good stuff. Looking at the featured paints. I like the Intrepid's design. I really do. It's like Ion Inferno Light. And you have Tumbril, which I still have my Ranger. I think I had one in buyback. Yeah, the Ranger CV, Land Roving Long Range Messenger. I have that. I don't know. Maybe it's the RC. Yeah, the motorcycle. I think that's coming. The ground vehicles, we're gonna start to see those with the Genesis system. Will Haynes mentioned that now the Genesis system will create based upon knowing, well, the rocks will be closer to the base of mountains and cliffs and things of that nature. So you will be able to drive these vehicles now. I have the Cyclone MT. Yeah, I love Tumbril. So it's Tumbril and Crusader today. Am I right? There's nothing. That's true, Todd. There's nothing like this out here among AAA games. And now it's kind of quiet because right now everyone's just talking about, okay, GTA, it's been delayed, and that's probably the only big name that's out there that people are anticipating or thinking about playing. I'm gonna do an Alt F4, right? To resync with the servers. Squared says 10 years ago, other games will pass Star Citizen mechanics. And 2025, 26. See, I saw that. For 20 years, 25 now, and then next year, it's still unique. But yet, they said that 10 years ago. I'm like, good luck with that. Even now, here's another thing interesting too, Squared, how there was conversations about Unreal. And, oh man, if you use Unreal, switch over to Unreal, you need to do it. Unreal can't handle the volume of what Star Citizen does, right? It's starting to, it's going to ramp up eventually to the MMO status, but Unreal, the Star Engine's like, hold my beer, let me show you how to run it. And no, now that conversation has stopped with Unreal, the comparisons or what's superior in comparison of the two. And even Elite Dangerous had to kind of sit back and say, you guys got this. But people go and play it, you know. I got to look at Unreal. I mean, Elite. I kept saying Unreal. Elite Dangerous. People are navigating to to it. Let me jump right back in. Get myself resynced. Aegis, okay, it's old. Aegis is today. So it's not up yet. So the website has not updated. Okay, getting back into the ship. Hopefully I can sync in and with the servers and things are working. I think people are ramping up and getting ready for Aegis. They want that ship, man. Squared, I'm right there with you. For me, no other online gaming experience is quite like Star Citizen. Warts, scratches, bumps, bruises, and all. There's nothing that quite, compares itself to it. Even though we have a plethora, a huge number of space games now, more than ever. And for some reason, Star Citizen stands out from amongst those genres. Oh shit! It despawned me. I gotta. Oh boy, it despawned me. But look how smooth Nick's. Much better now. It's not as things are jumping all over the place. I gotta give him credit for this. It's much smoother experience. It's got that ASD armor. I gotta spawn my ship back. You see a little quirkiness here and there. A little bit it pops up, but it's playable. To the lobby, buddy. He's doing some adjustments. But yeah, not bad. Mercy Hospital. You see what the whereabouts am I don't know. Do I have to? Let's see. How do I tell again? I usually look at it before I go into the game. Tilda. Okay, there we go.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval
Let's see,
System.
what is it? The R underscore. Let's see what it shows. Okay, here we go. Yeah. Shard ID 180.
Your
Mm. Server FPS is at 30. Very nice, CIG. 30 FPS on the server. Shard ID is at 180 on the shard.
Welcome.
Yeah, I when I go in, I just look at it in the menu, and I don't. After that, I don't think really nothing else of it. But we have 30 FPS though. 30 frames per second on the server. Damn good. Oh damn! I gotta claim it.
Your insurance claim has been sent.
I'm gonna Drake it. I'm gonna look for some materials out here. I'm gonna Drake it. Get some. There's the clipper. Don't kill the stream. Short population is 567. There are 42 people at your current location. Nice.
Welcome.
07
to
Arbor.
the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
Let's see. I claim it.
Vehicle selected.
Let's look at the
Your
clipper
vehicle
real
has been
quick.
delivered to the following vehicle selected.
I just want to fly it. I want to trick that thing out, man. Put the best of whatever's out there for it. Yeah, the shard. Yeah. I looked at shard ID. It says 180, but I'm trying to see if there's another line for shard that I'm missing. Okay, 100, 99, 99, 98, 88, 39, 70, 27. Not sure. Shard ID, public. Shard ID is 100. Interesting. Very odd ship, man. But consensus says well received. They said no, it's not going to be faster engines. It is what it is. It's the generalist style that they're looking at now. Fuel port. Neat. Maybe with a ground vehicle, there's going to be like a refuel ground vehicle. I think they mentioned that years ago. Where's the side area that you get on? This is the cargo area. Okay. Oh, near the back, right? I'm looking for the marker to get on the ship. Says elevator. That's the ramp. I saw the elevator. Okay, there it is. Okay, they're both near the front. Okay, that's cool. All right, they're both at the front. Now I cannot forget that. Who is Radical? Definitely a piece of Ironclad development. All right, there we go. This is the interiors. Lights are already on. Slightly. We're getting global illumination. This space is reserved for the crafting area. So I'm thinking it's going to dramatically change. What did he lie about? John Crew lied on Star Citizen. You didn't spoil. No, it's okay. I think the whole basis of Star Citizen is gleaning all the leaked stuff, because we apparently do not have enough information. So we live for the gleaning of information. It's a few number of people saying I don't want to know, and it takes the medical gel. Look at that. Inserts, I think it inserts there, or it's a placeholder. Let's get med gel. You got a medical bed here, Drake style, engineering, Drake style. Let's see here. It's going down steps. Here we go. Up to the cockpit. You may as well say it. I don't think it's going to hurt. Chat, so are you okay with it? Or you say no, don't spoil. I don't know. Because you got me curious and saying he lied about something. I don't know.
Your systems are online.
What could it be? Not have enough power to my engines. Engine's not even on, dude. There we go. There we go. Check those things, man. Yeah, people wanted this to be a little faster because of the engines. I don't know. When asked, was the Clipper part of Ironclad work? And he paused a moment and said, oh, they were trying to say, is this module connected to the, was it pertaining to the module, the command module? Was this the command module? I think they said that. And he said, was that the original concept of the command module? I think some of us was thinking that was the case. I even thought that was like when it's detached, it has wings that deploy. I don't know. It could have been. It could have been. But he said no. I'm going to take it as face value. He said no. Yeah, it was an odd moment because they were like, that's not going to work. And they said, well, let's make a ship of it. You never know. You know, they want to always provide the sexy answers and say, well, that's kind of goofy, but it created a new ship. I think that would have been a better story than just saying, no, this is always a part of the concept. I don't know. It's odd. But nevertheless, I think this ship turned out to be a hit. Right? It turned out to be such a good thing for CIG. And that now it's so successful is that they have a series or a narrative of ships called the Generalist, right? 07 Fimmer, I'll try to get on later today, still in Waco from Thanksgiving stuff and being stuffed. 07, sir. Yep, it's a Star Citizen weekend, y'all.
Quantum drive is now on.
2.5 hours in, squared. if you need those drops, everyone, you need drops on the for your armor. I'm sure that the Clipper was a training piece for further work on the command mod control. No shade, just funny. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, it's not a contentious or yeah, it's an interesting aspect of it for sure. It's interesting. Yep, it is interesting. Yeah, I think it came from that silhouette, because you look at it, it's almost like, look at that, from that angle right there, that screams command module. But I think it could have been a thing of, hey, look at this command module now that it flies. Would that be a considerate, or could that be in consideration of a ship? Of course it could have. I mean, because that concept is out there, and I'm looking at it from this angle that screams command module. So I think that could have inspired for sure in the creation of the Clipper. Right next to word pop. Oh, okay, let's see, Aubrey. It's got that funny sound to it, like a little engine that could. Okay, pop. Okay. Start 0, pop, shard 586, 42, SRV 42. Could that be 42 on the server?
Shield system online.
I'm gonna stop in real quick for some fuel, some quantum. Like a ship there. Yeah, up another Clipper. Another Clipper. I would like to see a bump in the agility of it, how it maneuvers. I would like to see that with the wings, the asymmetrical wing. I would like to see one where the cockpit is offset or at the lower left or lower right of the ship. That would be freaking cool, man. Oh my God, that would be cool. We love these odd looking type of, why am I getting up? These odd looking and asymmetrically designed or off script styles. It's the visual interest that I think CIG sees as, hey, this could be good for business. This could be good for visual difference, visual diversity and gain. The SRV and shard, yes. So it's the server. It's your SRV is your server number of people. Sorry, y'all. Yeah, 41 on this server. Shard is 590, and on this server 41. Low pop server. All right, so landing, I'm going to refuel and refueling process and get finished. It has the potential to be Fimra, more so than the Mercury Star Runner. It has that potential. But would it be bad to say I have several daily runners like the Cutter or the Mercury Star Runner? I guess it all depends on what's available. Maybe think about placing them alongside systems or keeping them in specific systems for certain things, especially with what's available as far as resources in that location. In the 4 respectfully, I don't like the asymmetrical ships at all. No real reason for those to ever exist in atmosphere. Yes, so hence, I think the balance to those asymmetric designs would probably be the engines to help compensate for that, and a lot of fuel consumption. That could be the pro and con to why you fly it, and then the reason why you shouldn't fly it as much. But again, I think it's just for visual diversity, to kind of make the game seems a little more realistic in regards to that universe. Kind of like how you follow Star Wars and you're seeing the old tech for the first time, and you're like, holy smokes, that thing has the ability to do that, but it looks worn out, but the tech is next worldly, right? Very interesting tech, but it's old. I think they want to bring that into the game as far as things that look different, or the manufacturer has a different approach to how you do things. But yeah, I think Chris Roberts agrees with you. I hear that's the rumor too. Chris is not a fan of the asymmetrical part, but I think for me that's the the inspiration comes from the Millennium Falcon. I love that about the Millennium Falcon, that asymmetrical style. What do you think about the Millennium Falcon? Because it has asymmetrics as far as the cockpit is concerned, right? I like the cockpit being asymmetrical. As far as the wings, and I think I was in agreement with that with the Corsair until I actually went into the interior and saw the layout and how things were placed. I fell in love with it, and I wasn't a big person on the asymmetrical stuff. When I saw the Corsair concept, I said, how dumb. And here I am buying or upgrading to the Crusader. Like, holy smokes, I'm in a paradox. I am the hypocrite, man. Holy smokes. Yep. Real story, fun fact. Calling myself out. Yep. I said to myself, the Corsair. I said, look at that. That's a joke. I really did. I looked at the asymmetrical wing. I said, that thing is going to break off in game. And how are you going to fly it? But that was the real deal with the Mustang. It had the wing and the landing gear was all integrated. So when the wing broke off, you couldn't land properly. So they had to redesign it. But it wasn't dealing with asymmetrics. It was just functionality and design, or functionality and aesthetics not working well together. And I totally get it with what you're saying about the asymmetric. That what kind of advantage does it give you? If I need to get a little fuel, maybe not. Let me see. Let me get to the Stanton. Look for Stanton Gateway here. Oh, problematic for the Falcon. Yeah, but that's the fun of it. That's, then you're retconning the potential for the potential of the technology is retconning the actual physics. That's the fun part. That's where the sci-fi comes in. Message of the day, 07 Shimpasta. Look at you, man. Friadra says, we are currently preparing the Evocati candidate bill for 4.5 with the goal of having it up later today. And if all goes well, We are aiming for wave one as early as frickin' Saturday. Woo! Let's go, baby. Let's go.
I want the truth. You can't handle the truth.
Let's make it happen, Cap. About that bottom line, baby.
Let's go. Holy smacks, y'all. That means by Saturday we can stream it. By next week, man, CIG is like, we are ready to go on vacation. Y'all have worked the hell out of us. They deserve this, man. They deserve this weekend. Holy smokes, man. Huh? Imposters like OMGs. Yes, for sure. I mean, for sure. You gotta give them credit where credit is due. The frequency, the urgency, the aggressiveness. Is it perfect when it gets delivered? No. Is it supposed to? If you say yes, you need to stop. But you give them respect for being aggressive with these updates and these features they're pushing out. 07 Vickers, it's a wonderful thing. It's a wonderful thing.
Quantum drive is now on.
Wow. Jump to the Area 18. I think I purchased another skin on this ship. I think it's Cerulean, but I would love to, and while I'm here now, I would love to see a Meridian, that metallic skin for the Clipper. I'm gonna say Clipper. And I would love to see a copper color of the Clipper. And the, what is that? The ghoulish green letters for the Clipper. I love that engine sound. Like that. The little ship that could. They said, they revealed that there's the Forge is coming. Consolidated is in the generalist styling. The generalist. I'm like, no, not the generalist style. There will be the Forge that's coming from Consolidated Outland. The Kruger will have the Stingray, I believe. Man, it is crazy. Dude, folks can't wait to get home. Honey, we have drive back from home to their kids, say bye to grandma. It's time to go. Time for my space. Yep, getting back to the normal. Let me see if I can now parlay over to Area 18. Stanton. Be right back. We're drinking a lot of water, chat. Be right back. While I'm in quarantine. 07.
We're back.
All right, look at that. Still in quantum. Yeah, engineering, y'all. Wait a minute, Square. What is that? $0.5. What does that mean? Dollar point five in wave one. 4.5. Wave one Saturday. Crazy like a fox. Yeah. That says they have the concept locked. It's functional. It's just the feedback from today's test, but they are confident that it is in a place where they need it to be, and that way wave one will give you the metrics of the number of people to give more feedback to say, well, they need these volumes of people in for the testing part of it to say, hey, there's a problem here, there's a problem there. They can capture it and really dial it in quicker, as opposed to sample size it. Wave one, wave one is just essentially is basically almost PTU just about. But yeah, wave one Saturday. Then for the next week, it's probably going to go PTU for all in a couple of days. If it plays very well and plays nicely, that's an easy assessment to say that's where it's going to go. No doubt about it. The Clipper. A nice solid green with, but that Meridian metallic look. Woohoo! Razor Crest vibes. Yeah, 4.5s by Saturday, isn't that? That's tomorrow. Today's Friday. Hello. You kind of you took the intensity down a little bit when you said by Saturday Square. But if you said wave one tomorrow, it would have been like holy. There you go, Tom. You said the majority of the problems, they're not found in the Evocati testing environment. But the bigger problems always trickle in with the larger numbers. Yes. So it helps with getting it done, getting that process out there, to reveal, getting the process out there to a larger audience to reveal the problematic issues, and then knocking it out, getting it done. Terra Gateway is out there as a placeholder. We see it. Yeah, they're not going to play around. I don't own, I said this yesterday, I don't own the 890 jump, but I put it in the chat in Star Citizen in live, and I said, I'm not a fan, I don't own it, but I stated, hey, look, it would be great to have, to provide the 890 jump with buoyancy, so you can land on the ocean surface and fly. Just sail with it as a ship. That would be a nice little touch for an 890 jump. Probably with one of the 600 eyes as well. Provide that buoyancy. Maybe the exploration version, I think. What is the other variant? Exploration and something else. Because at some point we got to go underwater. That's the final frontier for me. Would love to see that. And then it opens the door or a slew of submersibles, vehicles, diving units you wear, like 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea.
Quantum drive is now off.
No, I do not. I'm not a fan of 890. There's no. You're selling me this clipper? Yeah, crazy. Yeah, that's what you meant. The fact that it's tomorrow, man. Saturday. Holy smokes. There's something wrong with the ship. If he doesn't want it, what's going on? Everyone always complains, how was this not found in Evo? Well, likelihood is this problem was introduced with a few 100,000 players. Try to do something opposed to 5,000 Evo members. Yeah, the likelihood, the current concurrency, the client setup. You know, everybody's PC is totally different. It's not a console, hence why it's called the personal computer. You have likelihood of, based on that individual setup, you're gonna find where lies the issues, and so you're kind of bringing in the concept of why the consoles believe that they're the better base, because it's a default setting, and that way when you address one, it's one size fits all. But with the client PC setup, no, you need to take that individual's client, put it into the testing pool, and then you'll see and realize, hey, wait a minute, I see what's going on with this particular PC or client. Let me get further out over here, and then I'm gonna select area 18. These console games suck. Well, I think there's an opportunity or the chance that at some point with the later generations or the generations to come with PS5, PlayStation, and the Xbox, they may get a toned down version of Squadron 42. That's very likely. And eventually they may even get a MMO version of the what was called Theater of War. They may get that. You know, that may not be. Sean Tree said, I'm not done yet. They said the Salvation will fit in the Galaxy. I doubt that it fits in the Clipper because of the ramp squared. But John Crew did mention that the Salvation will fit inside the Galaxy, and you can transfer materials for refinement. So I'm now considering the Salvation because Galaxy is next year at IAE, which I'm pretty sure if we don't see the base building module, I'm like, what gives? I will be shocked. But I totally see the base building module to come with the Galaxy. But again, if there's base building announced, you got to have that module. They already have the concept for building out these bases and creating your base, and you know, the BLD, the whole run next year could be incredibly huge for CIG, as far as revenue, sales. You have potential of the Pioneer coming on board, but then you have the truck. There's also the variant that PDC vehicle is going to have a crafting aspect of it. But yeah, the push-pull cartography cart, that little floating thing for small bases. I think all things base building will be interesting for CIG. The Starlancer BLD, the Galaxy, the Pioneer. Yeah, base building. Oh wow, the Salvation fits inside the Carrack. And speaking of the Carrack, will people unmelt their Carrack or do a buyback, because now John Crew said or stated that Carrick will have a crafting station, which is essentially the new repair aspect of, putting materials in, putting it into a hopper, and you recreating your components, which is essentially repair.
Quantum drive is now off.
So very interesting. Correct. Like if they had that capability to repair Vulcan, maybe we're getting closer to the Vulcan tie, because they stated again with the ballistics, you have a SCU box full of ballistics. They have a little station next to it for loading. You put it in that bay, and then hence you have your reloading of your ballistics. Now with the with that aspect of the Vulcan, do you create the materials to rearm, or are you crafting the ballistics? I don't know. And you take the SCU crate and put it on board, or is there a compartment on the outside of the ship that you insert it near that area that is open? Well, here's the concept of the Vulcan, how you can really get it in the game. The same reasons of them saying on the interior there's a location. Maybe there is, like for example, I'll give you an example. It had a fireplace. It was a double-sided fireplace. On the inside of the living room, it was one side. On the outside of the patio, it goes through the other side. Same concept here. On the interior compartment that you place your ballistics in, the box, that same area on the outside of your ship, the Vulcan can create a box, spit it out, and use a tractor beam to push it into that location and drop it in, and there's your rearming. That concept for the Vulcan can happen. If you have interior reloading, you have that same area on the outside where you set it in, it opens up, and it does the same thing for your rearm. Hello, here we're getting closer to the Vulcan. Same thing with the docking port of the port that fits the nodule. Maybe you have a bin or a container of fuel. It spits out. It sends it over into that opening, and you have refueling. Refueling reimagined.
Is now off.
It would definitely change that way. It's not that mechanic of trying to fit the nodule, and you just send it over to that location, like when you go to request landing point, you request fuel. The person in need of fuel say, hey, I'm requesting fuel. The little port opens up, or you sync with each other. You say granted permission to between the communications. It's like ATC for fueling. Between the two, the Starfarer, right, and the ship that needs fuel, it says request acknowledged. The little port opens up, and you go ahead and float out the box of fuel, drop it in, you're refueled. Simple. Unknown Ghost 07. Yeah, so drones are coming with the base building, right? So the natural next step for drones would be maybe repairing that drone. If you have the materials for the exterior, right, you fulfill the need for the material needed. It goes out, it floats out and find the area that's needed to be repaired, or you actually do it remotely from your seat from the UI, which gives the person hands-on, which I think it fits with Chris's concept of, we don't want to automate too many things. We want you to be hands-on, roll up your sleeves, get your hands dirty, and get to work. but very few people fly it for many reasons. That's the carrot, or melting it. This is issue the Clipper has raised. A lot of ships made to stay out in the black should probably have a crafting table or require a rework. Example, Phoenix. Yeah, I think they're going to. I think the gold standard. All right, let me rephrase this. I honestly believe that they need to actually ramp up the ship development team, or maybe it will be ramped up once the development team from Squadron 42 comes back over to the PU. That'll be a wait and see type of deal, or cross-train all, most other than the engineers, cross-train all disciplines to work on ships. That way, that gives them an added layer or a depth of diversity, so they're not totally bored. So they have a little hand part of, hey, they get really good at it. They'll get more responsibilities with the ships. But train everybody to be able to work on ships. So as the flow and ebb and demand for production ramps up, hey, we're going to readjust some things, move you over here, right? Because at the end of the day, that is your bread and butter, ships in general. Because again, you may say no, you may agree, but here's the reason. Here's my sole reason. It fulfills my need of submersibles, underwater vehicles. So it's going to open up the door for a lot of that as well. So I think that's a good thing, to be versatile and to be able to work on the main revenue generator, which is ships. Because as long as there's ideas for gameplay and they involve ships, ships will always be created. Ships will always be purchased. And when you talk about moving away from just concept until it's ready to fly, you're constantly coming up with ideas potentially. The Phoenix, they have I think right after the Origin rework, what is it, the 600i, there's and then I think they got to wait in line because the Reliant is heavily needed. I mentioned to them in chat yesterday, with the Reliant, it would be good to utilize its configuration. If it's in vertical configuration, it could be a very fast pursuit intercept ship that rivals the Drake Herald, right? Once it goes into horizontal mode, it will be great for maneuverability and as well as atmospheric flight. Yeah, Ty, you and me both. I think G12, along with a lot of other ground vehicles, maybe there he is, Coffee 07. I think with the ground vehicles, with Genesis, the Planetary Tech 5, we're going to see a slew of vehicles. They were also stating about this multi-role larger vehicle that could be on the table. Not knowing or saying a timeline, but yeah. At that, when they mentioned Origin, it was the G12. That's a good, yeah, that makes sense, Coffee, because they were talking about working on the G12, right? Yeah, so many ships. This is a great year for IAE. It beat all sorts of records. I'm going to say it, and it's going to be true. Next year is going to blow this year's IAE out of the water. It will pale in comparison for how well they're going to do in 2026. For sure. Most dangerous will likely be in Pyro, since it's going to be the low set system. Yes. Unknown Ghost. He's replying to Unknown Ghost. I plan on having my base in the most dangerous location, probably near Vandal Space. Near Vandal Space would be Nyx. to keep my base away from everyone else, and so people can't raid me. I think also when they talk about base building Unknown Ghosts, I think the aesthetics or the finishing touches is, can you embed your base inside of something, maybe a side of a mountain or at the base of a mountain inside of it, so that there's some sort of protection, and then at the entrance have shield emitters and turrets as well, things of that nature. Galaxy News was not news. We knew it was coming. True Coffee. I think the unspoken thing would be, will we have the base building module? That's the thing. Will we have that with the release of the Galaxy? We should. We ought to, right? We should. If we don't, I'm scratching my head. I'm wondering why not. Somebody's in a reclaimer. Vulture. High security areas will be indestructible. Just got to pay those taxes. I think that's the balance between what Coffee said and what Unknown Ghost said. I would patch those two statements together and say, for the most part, your actual home, right? If that's the thing, you're like, this is my, where I'm setting down roots. It's going to be high sec, my main base of operation. I think it says we have to have multiple locations, right? Or we'll need multiple locations for Star Citizen. How many, I don't know what's feasible for that. There may be a real cost. It may be actual purchased item. I would not be too opposed to that. But I would say in order to make the low sec work, and allow people to want to have it, right, at the risk, right, because it's going to be a risk. And if you're a wanted criminal, you may need to have multiple locations in low sec areas, and also there could be a sort of transfer of goods type of deal, or insurance based on that, right? So I don't know, contingency. Maybe you're paying the cost for contingency. That goes without saying. But back to, I'm getting off track, but back to the gentleman's statement. You need multiple locations. Your home is going to be high sec if you are not a criminal. The low sec is for, hey, I'm doing a mining op or salvage op or whatever the industrial op I need to take care of. I'm going to have it in low sec. It's, a place where I'm not going to worry about too much because I'm there to do a job. But when it's all said and done, I'm going to take those goods and bring those goods home, right? After procuring those goods, I'm going to bring it home and I'll have them where it will be safe. Now, here's a good answer to people are on the lam. They're basically, that's the old school saying for on the run, and they can't have, or they cannot stay in a high security area, right? So they as opposed to saying I'm gonna go with an alt character. You ever see in the movies they have those safe, you have the Swiss bank accounts, and they have those safe locations of procuring your goods, and they don't check your background to say, hey, your reputation is this, that, and the other. I think for criminality, there should be safe houses or warehouse stocks that are considered safe houses for keeping your said goods and protected. So if you have your stuff pilfered or destroyed, you go back to your safe house and you move those said goods back to your new location once you build it, right? I think that's a good idea for being able to keep things in a sense. If you put your base near the Vandal, it's the V that will be doing the attack. High sec is definitely Terra. It's the heart of the UEE. Castra, Nyx, medium, Pyro is low. Yes, Area 18 is high, medium. Same thing with the Lorville location. Yep. Magda, it's gonna be a little mix of both. I think you got to cover yourself, but they're slow to come to your help. But I think it could be also a thing with Drake. Maybe it could be a collaboration. Like if you're in good standing with the people on Magda, they're going to come to your help because it's about the people. Same thing with Levski. It could be a joint or a community-driven security aspect of Nyx. You saw the new ground vehicle, the PDC erect multiple torps from multiple directions fired at once. It was OP accurate tech in the game. Yeah, and I think from a standpoint of defensive measures, that should stay that way, right? Until you at a point where there is overwhelming numbers that come in, so you make adjustments appropriately, but that's to be tabled until further iterations come. Yeah, you can't, there should be no place for you to complain to say, I can't destroy this person's base. You got to give me the access to this. Hell no, you're not getting that. No. No. Yeah, I even fired on ground targets. And see, that's the place for, again, for NPCs, guards at your locations. No different than you going to these compounds and these underground facilities, and you have NPCs firing at you. The more money, the heavier and the better the equipment they keep. Yes. The emergence of NPCs are going to happen, and at some point, it will be there. It's going to be a thing. And I think I started with chief medical officer, security. Now, security for your base, especially for low sec. Simple solution to the one at PDC. Shoot multiple missiles at once. Yeah, they have that missile module that you can change out too. Imagine having 2 to 4 of them doing patrols, right? And here again, we talked about server blades, right? Would that not be a perfect server blade aspect for that vehicle? That it will do you set up a nav points, just like in military missions, right? With flight aircraft, they have a like I'm looking at look at my pad. You see the circle, so you have points on those circles, maybe 6 to 8 points. And they fly in a circle to do, your pathfinding. Do your pathfinding. You can choose the frequency or have it automated. It does its patrol. It detects. It fires. It comes back, reload, go to a location or on your base, or go on the pad, and it refuels itself. As long as you keep the supplies in your freight elevator, it transfers the munitions, especially if it's ballistics or missiles. Oh, that would be perfect, man. That's building on that. That's great right there. That's good stuff right there. And it does its thing, right? Before base building comes in, they need to work on the set your home right where you get in after a patch. I think before base building, they did state that the hangar is the segue into base building. Persistent hangar is going to happen. But then before that, we need the transit system to be a working thing. It has to be persistent. It has to stay. Do I go down here? I don't want to break my neck. Okay. How it's supposed to work? I guess you jump down, I guess. Gotta get used to the ship. Okay, here we go. This is the lift. This comes from the Corsair. That little piece of tech. Really cool. Then the cargo bay is right here. They're right next to each other. Opposite sides. Ramp. And this is part of the cargo bay. Yeah. See where a ship wouldn't fit because this narrow opening here. This is killer Razor Crest vibes right here, man. This tech might be cheap. What CIG needs to introduce sooner than later now that they have introduced so many capital ships is they need to get beg logging and other people's ship working soon. Right now, it takes too long for people to, squad up and get ready together. Yeah, they gotta, once they fix it, and I think that's a org thing too, right? Updating of how orgs work in game. Homestead-based stuff, yes. It starts with the elevators first. I think that's Benoit's baby, along with dynamic meshing. I think it has to carry into dynamic meshing as well, so that data is seamless across servers, right? With org squads, guilds. That's some pretty heavy duty stuff right there. I would not be shocked if it took the end of next year, to be honest. I think we're kind of exciting ourselves, and then we're falsely projecting it to say it's going to happen next year. I think no, we got to keep it to reality. Look how in depth this is and how far reaching it is, and it needs dependencies in order to work. So it could take quite some time. So don't get any expectations of when, because the level of what we're talking about, on the level of what we're mentioning, this is some deep stuff. It crosses multiple servers. It has to be fixated or built into the DNA of the back end. So no, you would be doing yourself a disservice to say, oh, I'm excited about it, I want it now, it should be soon. If anything, let them dictate and let them tell us when it's ready. I think if it was ready now, we would know, we would get some indications of it. And then it has to coincide and work well, play nice together with dynamic meshing. Big deal stuff. We don't even know the numbers of concurrency of what dynamic server meshing will hold. We don't know if it's 2,000 or 2,500. We don't know the sweet spot yet. I remember bed logging a long time ago as well. I think the issue with it at the time was server authority issues, which is a dynamic meshing, and it not properly working with server meshing. So if it's not working with static, it's a no-go for a dynamic, right? Because you're talking about passing authority over across shard servers, dedicated game servers. That communication staying seamless. It has to be truly persistent. Interesting stuff, though. But I think if anybody can pull it off, it's CIG. Again, I say I'm excited about this year's IAE due to the fact that it will open the doors for them to really get some really great talent. And I've been hearing, I think some of you have been mentioning to me about there's been some changing of the guards, and some of there's more layoffs with game companies now, and CIG is potentially looking at that pool of talent that they could utilize, right? That would be cool. That potential exists. Squared. Did you get your armor for the drops? Well, good news is you have 30 minutes or a little over 30 minutes and it will be yours. We've been streaming for 3 hours and 30 minutes, sir. This is the cerulean of the Clipper. I love to say that word, Clipper. It's got that utilitarian hue, that subdued color look to it. That's pretty damn cool right there. Well, we're about to find out this afternoon for it, Squared. But I think they're in a good place. And I think it's tier 0 right now. But I think it's an equalizer for you have combat. And I think I've been hearing good things about the Flight Model 2, Squared, if that will make you happier. Yeah, I've been hearing some good things about it. They've been taking the approach. They've been taking their time in regards to that. I think it's going to be in a better place. They're moving forward. They've also vetted potential leakers in that process. So happy about that. And I think they want to get in there too and make a positive impact. The Flight Model team. They're forging. They're working hard. This is facts. They're working hard on getting that worked out, and they're well on their way. So, anytime now for something in regards to Flight Model updates, I think that could be very soon. But they want to be very meticulous, very careful, and be cautious in their steps, as opposed to say, "Hey, it's all done. Here you go." They're bringing out bits and pieces, get feedback, make adjustments, then reissue. All things good, then they proceed forward. But I think they're well on their way of locking it down. It's always going to be a place of contention. It's going to be a contentious subject matter. But I think when you're talking about introducing it now with engineering, it's going to be very, very, very interesting, because you're flying around. You got to have someone like an engineer constantly ready to go to work, which is now it's opening up real crew management processes within the multi-crewed ship. But no, I think we can put the bad aspect of Flight Model behind us, because the new one is emerging so far. The latest update, Squared, is that it's been received very well with a particular individual who knows the Flight Model, who's very familiar with it, very passionate about it, and their response of it was very positive. So I feel real good about, feel real good about the Flight Model and where it's headed, and they're moving forward. So I would not be surprised we hear something soon. Todd saying, engineering for the first time in this game's history will require people to group together for multi-crew ship gameplay. There's no more solo bounty hunters and Idrises and Polarises anymore. You have to collaborate, cooperate, integrate, and work as a unit to get to your goal objectives and make them happen. And anything that diverse from that, you better get your skill set up, because repairing the ship, mitigating damages will be real, and that's vice versa. It's for all aspects of people who want to engage that combat and get into it. You're gonna have to make those changes, man. I welcome it. I welcome it. But yeah, first time in history of engineering. I think the only thing closer to that is a snippet of you're on a bridge, or you're a member of a ship, but not real time of traveling, encountering, a part of your mission. You have these encounters, and it's a constant, mitigation of damage when you go into combat. Always be aware as you go into combat, each party or parties will be incurring damage upon each other, and how quickly you can turn around the damage, mitigate potential destruction of your ship. You will be the winner, most likely, right? And even in that aspect, the winner may just be limping away. So it's not a thing of, okay, I downed this ship, now I'm going to the next one, and thus begins my griefing of others. That's gone away. That is a certainty is going away, because there's maintenance and repair that's going to be involved in every conflict. It's going to slow that narrative down of griefing. Will it be perfect? By no means, but is it a step forward to mitigate the negative aspects of people playing the game? Of course. I love it. You got to embrace it, because it means you need to adhere to the game functionality, not go on a tangent on what you want to do to make it miserable for others because they enjoy the game. And you want to, cement yourself in front of Chris Roberts' concept to say, oh, this is all about me. No, it's about the working together. It's about playing the game as it was designed. And so the engineering aspects of Star Citizen will make sure that we adhere to it, even though we want to undermine it. Some of us want to undermine that narrative. That's fine. But you're going to freaking have to fix your goddamn shit. Brief that. And then you're going to see the whiners popping out like, man, I don't like this. I wonder why. Yeah, balancing and getting. I think the main culprit will be the desync aspect of it. Squared, getting the enemy number one will be desync, right? Persistence, shared client processes, the balances of the process across all clients that are like in the crew of your ship. The client's processes being balanced so that we're seeing the same things, right? Again, it bleeds into desync issues. The desync is their enemy. Tech debt is their enemy. We need to minimize tech debt and desync to the point that there is a balance across all crew members of what's going on in real time. It's gonna be perfect. See, Todd's got it. It's gonna be dang on perfect, man. Bob Ross, that thing. Just chill and there's a fire. I'm gonna go up on the step ladder and grab the other extinguisher first. And I know I have one in the mess hall, but I'm gonna go up on the ladder and grab that first one on the second floor and bring it down and set it on the table and just make sure it's full. It's full. Look at that. All the flame retardant foam is in it. All right, where's the fire? Let's head on to the fire. You need a snack? It's always better to fight a fire when you eat a snack. We're gonna Bob Ross that thing. Little 8-bit 07, how are you? What is going on? So what are your thoughts since last time you joined in on the conversation? I told you that the women are represented well, and I know you believe this now. So what's been up? What are you excited about? Have you seen the new ships? What's going on? Talk to me. $20 more minutes for the drop, Squared, if you do not have your armor for drops. But it's a Star Citizen weekend, y'all. We're gearing up.
Landing on shield systems.
Switching over to nav mode. I'm really considering the RSI salvation that will fit into the Galaxy. So I have that aspect of salvage a little bit, bring it over to the Galaxy to do some refining. And how did your German chocolate cake turn out, Little Bit 8? See, you don't think I remember. I remember the last conversation. But hope everyone is having or have had a wonderful holiday. A lot to be thankful for, you all. I got my game updated. Nice. But something weird is happening. Welcome to Star Citizen. I was trying to set up my key bindings. Okay, you were supposed to get with me. I have time, but it keeps saying my right joystick is input 2, and I tried the command trick to switch them, but it's still identifying that one as input 2. Cake was good. My dad loved it. Nice. That's awesome. Your great daughter. It's always the daughters that take care of their dads. It is, man. I'm thankful for that. And I'm sure dad is thankful for that too. It's always the knuckleheaded guys that just... I think men have to be connected with their emotions and to reel it in. It is a lesson to be learned here. Sorry, Kimmy. Did not know armor was attributed to my account. Thanks for looking out, though. Yes, sir. 07. Okay, so your input 1, input 2. You're using Star Citizen controls, correct? Little Bit 8. And it says, in identifying that as input 2. Are you okay? Let me ask you this, Little Bit 8. You have the VKBs. I remember you said that. So what you probably want to do is, prior to going into the system, if it's plugged up, unplug them and unplug the one you want as your input 1 first. Whatever one you want as input 1, plug that in to the USB controller first. Then once it's up and running, then plug in the second one. I got a lot of errands. I will try to get with you to get your help with the key bindings and the VKB controllers. Yes, but if that's I think that might be a quick fix solution for you. While they're powered up, you have your PC on. Pull the plugs for both, and plug input 1, the one you considered 1 first, which I think is that your left or your right? I don't know. We did state you're right-handed, so for me, input 1. If I was to say I have the 2 sticks, I do. I'm right-handed, but my input 1 is the left. Input 2 is the right stick. So yeah, plug in the one that you want as input 1. That's going to be the first one, and then the second one will be by default input 2. Okay, right. Does that mean like you're right-handed or right? I gotcha. And then see where it is then, and it should revert correctly. But that's a Windows thing. It's a pain in the butt. Hence why I went with the joystick Gremlin. It sets virtuals so that it's just it just sees a number of sticks, and then you can set it up the way you want. Those are the options. Yes. All right, let me get back over to Nix. Levski. Let me see if I can scrape some salvage. I saw some salvage material, so let's go. Okay, that's fine. Yeah. Yeah, so that's going to be, you're going to plug that in first, and then you're going to plug the second one, which is your lefty, is input 2.
Quantum drive is now on. Quantum drive is
Yeah.
now off.
Yeah, and I think Joy to Key is another program too. Arbiter's right. The Joystick Gremlin software, I can help introduce you to it, walk you through it. It's detailed oriented,
Quantum drive is
but once you get accustomed to it, you have a lot of options. But just to get, because you have 2 sticks, the quick way is to plug and unplug and then plug back in. It'll correct it. But Windows is resort. It's a resort command. They're notoriously known to do that. Windows, hello Windows, fix your stuff. You know, there's John Crew hates it, but I think Ben Curtis might have mentioned this. They're planning on or potentially doing a Star Kitten version of all ships, a Star Kitten line. I want to see a Meridian, a metallic, all metallic looks for all ships. That would be my baseline color option starting out. Green versions, that would be another one. Copper versions, color copper. Yeah, that would be me, man. That utilitarian look, those options. Those options, love it. That's Star Citizen in a nutshell, options. Yeah, V-Joy. There you go. V-Joy in the joystick. Yeah, Gremlin, joystick Gremlin, and hit high is the combinations to use. I have like 5 inputs under joystick Gremlin that I use, and it's like, are you kidding me? And it's like, are you kidding me? I can't do anything without it. But if you're willing to put in the work for it, it's really rewarding in the end because you can pretty much troubleshoot and understand what's going on with your controls.
quantum fuel is at 75.
Headed to the Knicks. Headed to the Knicks. Do some salvaging out here. Also have the Xbox controller connected. Do you think that's throwing it off? I use my Xbox controller in Elite Dangerous when I'm on the ground. I wanted to use the Xbox controller for on foot as well in Star Citizen. Yes, you can. I think it's just in general because it's tied to, just make sure you do not, when you set it, do not change your or move around your USB connectors or plug anything else into it. That's been usually, so far so good with me. I have not had that issue. Just don't fool with the USB controllers once you do that. But yeah, I use a controller for my ground or foot movement as well. Hence why I'm saying 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 controls. 2 joysticks, pedals, FPS controller, and the throttle, a split throttle at that. So yeah, that's the fun part of Star Citizen, is that you have the FPS controls. 7? How do you get 7, Arbiter? Well, I have 7 V-Joys. Then I had all the physical joysticks by Windows Help. Yes. This does not look like mining. No, it does not, Twix. It was looking like mining over for a little bit. But yeah, I switched gears, which you can do in Star Citizen. That's the beauty of it. You can switch those gears. It doesn't look like mining. I was doing a little bit in Nyx, but I'm gonna come back because I was noticing some panels and surfaces, structure surfaces, out in Nyx, and I'm like, and I'm hoping that I'm gonna see if I catch a crime stat in Nyx if I see some materials that's by the hangar doors, and I'm gonna do some cleanup, some janitor work, custodian. I'm sorry, next level custodian work. You know it's not mining. You knew it. But yeah, real cool stuff with the Star Citizen Live yesterday. A lot of reveals. The ship team, they seem to be, catching their second win on getting things right. But again, I think the goal for me of seeing them go back into that backlog and fix the ships that needs to be at a true gold standard, I think it plays a part into potential sales going forward. I think it's one thing to have. I went blank. Uh-oh. When you initially set up VJoy, you can enable up to 13 VJoys or more. I'm not sure. I think, but that's definitely a cap. Got a bug out. We'll be in the game tomorrow morning. Nice. During game, let's make some UEC. Invite extended to anyone in chat. Square Six's SC name. Grand adults, grown behind kids, pulling me away. 07 Square. Get them in the game. Oh, they were in the game. Yeah, the Galaxy 2026. Yeah, you did see it, Twix. You did see that. The Galaxy 2026. Sounds good, Square. What are you going to do in game? Let's see. What are you doing? Square. Okay, you didn't say what you're going to play. But yeah, Galaxy 2026. I know, hopefully with the base building module. I think they have a working concept of what they want to do, so I can see them bringing in the functional modular system, which why I'm really considering the RSI Salvation, unless will the Vulture fit inside of it? They only stated that the RSI isolation Salvation will fit in the Galaxy, so I'm wondering, do I have the what do you call it, the Miss Fortune? Do I melt the Fortune and then get the credit for the? Is it possible I can melt the Fortune and then pick up the RSI Salvation and keep it as LTI? I think I can, and that'll be an option because it'll be a parasite ship for the Galaxy to procure the material and then refine it. I think that's a good option right there, gameplay wise. RSI and RSI, baby. Yeah, I'm leaning towards that heavily now. Let's see here. Let me find a pad. Interstellar hauling. Oh yeah, that's opening up big time. That's going to be a thing because of the systems and what they want to do with the Star Citizen's economy. They want to really push that because it makes sense for the economy. No doubt about it. 07 Griffin. Happy holidays to you, sir. A lot to be thankful for sure, man. But yeah, the amount of ships that's coming for next year is going to be mind-numbing. I'm like, all these ships, man. All these ships. Okay, mining, salvage. Yeah. Oh, definitely. Make some UEC for sure. It's a Star Citizen weekend. Yep. But yeah, that Star Citizen Live was crazy. And I think, oh yeah, I advocated. He has an 890. I did advocate for the 890 yesterday. That for Terra, can we give buoyancy to the 890? It can float on water and become a cruise liner, or just park in a port, or what is that? The pier, like a regular ship on, and it's docked. It's sitting on the surface of the water. Yeah, that would be nice. And kind of have that visual aspect of the game, and to see the 890s docked on the pier or the boardwalk, and you see the 890 there, and you see them, give it that extra functionality, because we're talking generalists now. They want what they did with the Clipper and all these multi-roles. I think that would serve a great purpose for the 890 jump, to give it buoyancy, float like a ship, and then take off from the water, or just land on the water itself. That would be cool. And if you talk about modularity down the line, provide it with a actual little dinghy boat or submersible. So many ways to enhance what's already there. But yeah, excited, man, for what's coming for 2026. We're still waiting to see the end results for IAE this year. This is, I think, it opens the door for them to bring in much needed talent that's going to really get them over the hump on the back end updates that's needed. Possibly increasing the ship development team. So much. Increasing the number of the planetary tech team that will utilize now Genesis. So there's openings there, a potential upticks in what's, features that we're waiting on. And doing smart hires based on, hey, what do you think we need most of for next year? A bigger ship creation team, so they can go and hit that backlog, truly get a gold standard on all ships, and then moving forward, they'll have those key aspects of what are the concept ships, bringing in new blood to bring in new idea aspects of what about this idea for a ship, things like that would just be really cool. I think one of I forget his name. He's the gentleman with the beard. He mentioned in what's needed for ships, we're still waiting for the disciplines, right? Like, let's say you're in the industrialist. You're waiting to see the single player seated ship from the multi-crew to the capital ship size, right? Like, we have the Reclaimer, we have the Vulture, as well as the Fortune, but what about the medium-sized salvage ship? And also, do we see it across most disciplines or manufacturers? That would be cool to see. It opens the door for choices. Like the Argo, when they did the case in point, they redid the Argo raft, right? And it carries that large SCU box, and people were just happy with it. And now, fast forward, you see the Galamox come on to play, which has the inverted cargo grid. It's a direct rival to the Argo raft, which is totally acceptable as far as cargo running. But then it's the choice of what manufacturer do you enjoy. I'm not mad at you if you like both, right? But there's a, I don't want to say the word I don't like that manufacturer. I rather, they kind of said that, and I think with that said, I rather say I prefer this manufacturer. I prefer that manufacturer. That's me. It's the preference, and giving those options to players as far as a preference, or I prefer this style guide because I like how they do things, and if you add slight variations to the function, but at the end of the day they do the same thing as far as procuring of said resources or creating said goods, but you're doing it in that style guide of the manufacturer that you prefer or love. That's great for business for CIG, and it's great to showcase it in the game and show your love for your manufacturer, right? But also, they also chimed off or did a call off of, okay, we're not going to tell you the ship, but we're going to tell you the manufacturers. So we knew Drake, what that stood for. That's potential Ironclad, the command module, right, for the Ironclad and the Assault. Drake, the Kraken, that's going to be a release. We know that. Origin, which I think Tom mentioned was a good idea. I think it's going to be the G12s, right? Because Genesis is coming, and we need those. We need that updated tech that will kind of disperse or remove those rocks on the ground, where rocks will be congregated closer to the base of cliffs and mountains, right? Yeah, Origin, I think it's going to be the G12s. Maybe a surprise. They mentioned Kruger. Ben Curtis said, hey, there's going to be the Stingray, right? The Stingray is coming. So that's cool. What's the other manufacturer? Consolidated Outland. They said they're going to have another generalist ship, a little larger, where you can land it on the ground and it pulls resources. It's called the Forge. Totally interested in that. Very, very curious about that. We don't know the winds on it. And I suspect they said the last of its kind, which will be the concept ships. After this, no more concept ships, but they got one more in store for us, which is the battle cruiser, and I suspect it will be the Anvil battle cruiser. The working name, I would hope that it's the Longbow. Maybe some people were giving it a different name, which I thought was the Hammer. I think it was called the Anvil Hammer. It's like, whoa, okay. I mean, something to support the arrows. I think the arrows it was a great ship in its time, but it kind of gotten lost in its translation going forward. It kind of fell on silent likability. You don't really see them too much in game, right? How cool would it be to have a resurgence of the arrows if you have the Longbow, which is a battle cruiser that will harness or allow you to release those ships, and you have this dynamic of the arrows will come back into the bay and get repaired and then disperse out again, disperse out again, disperse out again. That would be cool to bring up that resurgence of the arrow. People might consider purchasing or buying more because it will work and fit with the battle cruiser that is Anvil. But this is me theory crafting it, having fun with it, but we don't know. It's going to be a possible Anvil battle cruiser, right? Anvil coming up. It should be, or did it finish? Didn't we finish with Anvil? They're home from school. Those are treat them nice, Square, because they're potential crew members. They will turn into potential crew members for you. Oh my gosh. But the latest news, thank you, Squared. Thank you, Ta. The latest news was Friadager said, we are currently preparing an Evocati candidate build for 4.5 with the goal of having it up later today, which will include engineering. If all goes well, we're fingers crossed, eyes crossed, legs crossed, arms crossed. If all goes well, we're aiming for wave 1 as early as Saturday, which means the week going into the next week, they're going to try to push this thing, man, if all goes well, to live. So engineering now. You get to be Scotty now. Scotty. You get to be Scotty. I can do it, Captain. I've given you all I've got, Captain. It's like you get to say it now. Oh, you get to say it. You get to be Scotty, man. You get to be Scotty in the game. Holy smokes, man. Scotty. The Scotsman. Chief engineer, Scotsman. Are we... Let me see. Are we still showing Tumbrel? I think we're updated now. It's Aegis. Okay, let's look at the schedule. Coffee, you brought this up. So it started with Robert, Space Industry, Origin. Oh, Drake, huge sales. The Airpoa, the Banu, Asperia, Gattac, and Gray's Market. Then we had Kruger with the Alpha Wolf and the Mirai and the Misk manufacturers. Anvil was November 25th. Then we had Gray Cat Industrial, Argo, Consolidated Outland. And November 27th, 28th, Crusaders and Tumbrel. It overlaps, and now we're into Aegis. And then tomorrow, it will be the Best in Show winner. Celebrate the winners of Ship Showdown. And Aegis was the longest serving shipbuilder to the United Earth Empire military. That was an initiative, I just read that earlier. They were the initiative by the Messer era, the Aegis. So it's a little contentious in its history, man. It's one of the staples of military, but it was military inspired or back from the Messers, right? And I think I still have the history of it. Yeah, so here's the Aegis Dynamics history, y'all. Aegis Dynamics was founded from a merger between Earth-based Aegis, which I think when we get the solar system Earth, or Sol, we may get Aegis there, right? Based out of there. But Aegis Dynamics was founded from a merger between Earth-based Aegis, Macro Computing, and the company Davian-based Dynamic Production Systems. Aegis Dynamics, there you go. With the explicit goal of constructing naval spacecraft, the firm was favored by Ivar Messer, and thus grew to prominence during the First Terran War. During the Messer era, Aegis craft became synonymous with the ruthless, oppressive regime that was the Messer era period. Under Hannah Chan, which was the CEO from 2643 to 2708, Aegis developed the Javelin class, and Chan used her good relationships with Imperator Ileana Messer VI to secure more contracts for the company. Aegis also established the diamond laminate standard for cockpits, which improved the safety of spaceships. After the fall of the Imperator, most of Aegis military contracts were stripped, and the company seemed destined for bankruptcy with massive layoffs. However, the Aegis craft began to be adopted by civilians, repurposed for non-military uses in turn. the firm has shifted, softening its image and focusing on civilian variants for their current generation designs. Well, these days, Aegis only produces a few craft. The old Retaliator bombers have been repurposed for widespread use as a deep space transport or hauling vessel. Since we have that module now, right, for the cargo module, the Idris frigate, named after the Battle of Idris IV, has been demilitarized for private ownership, even though entrepreneurial pirate packs have been known to spring for one. While manufactured by MISC, the Starfarer Gemini is sold under the Aegis Dynamics brand. Wow. All this interplay, man. But yeah, it's interesting stuff with the Aegis history and lore. It's very contentious, man. But it's most of this stuff has been demilitarized. I don't know why I get tongue twisted, man. I'm going back in for more. Demilitarized for private ownership now. So Anvil is coming up tomorrow, Coffee. It'll be the last day. So if you have a ship you need to get it while the getting is good. Because after that, you better wait. You're going to have to wait till next year. Or Invictus. I take that back. It's Anvil is military base. So Invictus will be the next point. Right? Yep. So it'll be Aegis for you. So if you got a Anvil ship you need to get or want to buy, you have tomorrow, sir. Or wait a minute, that's best in ship. I think it's the day after. Take that back. Hold on. So best in show is tomorrow. Celebrate the winners. The finale is December 30th to the December 3rd. Your last chance to experience IAE and fly for free. Hold up. Farewell is December 3rd. Farewell. Yeah. Yep. So, yeah, you have time. If there was a ship you're looking for. Okay, anyone that's looking for the drops, it's been 4 hours and 13 minutes of stream. All right, so I'm going to head over to Nick's right here. I have some goods in the hopper. I want to see what that looks like because I actually mined some new materials that I was not. That's over here in Nick's. So I want to see what that yield is, what that cost is looking like. Let's see. Switching over to nav mode. Yeah, and the Star Citizen Live, man, it went for 2 hours. It's unusual. They usually keep it to 1 hour, but I think, as I said earlier, Jared was happy to kind of do that because I think he is the generalist when it comes to development. He is the Vulcan. If his personage, if you had to name him after a ship, he would probably be the Vulcan. He's filling in a lot of roles now, and I think now he's going to do a Inside Star Citizen with Torsten next week, or it could be a Star Citizen Live. I forget which one, but they're going to talk about all things engineering, and I think he's mentioned that he's going to give us a little definition of his roles, because the latest we've heard about that was he kind of onboards the new employees, the new developers coming on board. He also helps with making the PC builds for them to develop upon. But it sounded like most recently yesterday, that he's kind of involved with some of the concepts now. I gotta know. I don't want to say that's the case, but it sounded like it. I gotta go back and look at that Star Citizen Live. I don't know, chat. Were you in there? Did you hear anything in that regard? Because he's gonna really define his role and give us an update on what he's doing now, because we haven't seen him in a bit, and that's changing a lot. I think their employees are probably on the cusp of being cross-trained. I think if you want to get the best out of your employees, you have them trained in multiple disciplines in the development, which will stagnate boredom, right? You working on landing gears all your career. Like I think John Crews said, that's not a career to do this certain thing. That's not a career. You don't want to have people just doing landing gear or cockpits and that's all they've been doing. They're like, wait a minute, man, I need to be challenged here. I'm a developer. I need to build out my skill set. That's, it's one thing of you appreciate the stability that is, in the development. It's not a lot of that happening. You do a project and then you go to the next project. You're released, right? You're released. So you want to keep things kind of interesting for your development team. Keep them engaged on new things. And I think that's a challenge for CIG. I'm aligning here, trying to. See, it does not want to align. Kind of disorienting a little bit, but this little highlighted arc. Those two segmented arcs will kind of help you with alignment, put you in the right vantage point. Is that Nyx? Wait a minute, I don't need to go through that.
Quantum drive is now off.
Hold on. I thought I made it. Hold on. Levski. I need to go to Levski, man. I'm already here. Heck. I'm over jumping, man. Conversating and playing at the same time.
Drive is now on.
All right, here we go. I'm going to see if there's material to be procured, but also I want to see if I catch a crime stat. I think I will. But I want to be able to pull those ships away from the landing area, the hangars. They're blocking them. That's an IAE thing, a free fly thing. People like, I'm gonna leave it in front of the landing pads or the hangars. It'll do that. Let's see. Making my way. Let's look at the progress here in Levski. Which we used to call it Lagski. It's gotten a lot better over the days, right? I I think the allure has worn down a little bit.
Drive is now off.
Okay, let's go to scan mode and see what's out here. Okay, 3,700 material. Let's get there fast. I'm at risk by being in that mode, which I've taken it off. I think that is a what is that? Is that material? We don't know. It's got to be at a certain number. Oh, wait a minute. Unknown ship? Hold on. What is this? Oh, a clipper. It's an abandoned clipper. Is this my first salvageable clipper? I always say clipper. Uh-oh. Let's see what's going on with it. Get ready to be salvaged. Oh, it's a Corsair. Looks like it's abandoned. Good deal, man. Let me see if I catch a...
Friendly fire.
Uh-oh, friendly fire. Uh-oh. I might get...
Friendly fire.
Oh, I don't know. It's hard to say, man. I'm risking it for the biscuit. I might change that one to a braid on the left. Let's get that material.
It's about that bottom line, baby.
Let's get after that material. Fill that hopper up. Make that sale. Make that revenue.
Friendly fire.
I don't know about the crime stat. We'll find out, right? I mean, granted, the Nyx area has those turrets, right? For a reason. They're self-governed, right? So they have some sort of standard or law that they go by, even though it's by the people. Maybe call it the Republic. It's governed by the people, right? It's a republic. It's not the It's not the United Earth Empire, but it's the Republic of Nyx. Makes sense? Hello. Hello.
Friendly fire.
Oh.
Friendly fire.
Let's see. It's It's filling up. It's doing its thing. No crime stat yet. I'm looking for it. But the UEE has no jurisdiction here, so will it prevent me from... What's weird is, let's say I get a crime stat and I go to Stanton to drop off said goods and I get attacked. That tells me the law systems will need to be updated with meshing, dynamic meshing in mind, because laws, jurisdictions of law should also be contained within its district, right? You know, like you look at United States, there's state laws that they kind of adhere and kind of collaborate, work together, right? You know, like I hate to use a negative example, but you do bad things, you get federal charges for doing things across state lines, right? So you have the adherence of, hey, you're going to get charged with this RICO stuff, or you're federally charged because you're doing something across state lines. But I think it's the level of like committing homicide on players that should, with the exception of Pyro, then it should carry across all jurisdictions. But if you're, stealing or you've pirated or procured illegally procured resources from another, and you go from one system to the next based upon, let's say, Lorville, Area 18, Orison, they all operate within, hey, you have stolen goods, it's stolen. You take it to Pyro, it's not. You commit murder, it's across all jurisdictions with the exception of Pyro. Now, stolen goods, I think if you pirate it in a way that you come over to the NICS system, no, it's kind of like you didn't do anything there, so you're okay, right? You're able to sell said goods if it's a need for it. That's the exceptions. That's what, that needs to happen. But with the other systems that are part of the UEE or have connections to the UEE, they share similar laws, right? High-level ones should be shared. Low-level ones, depending on if the residents there are under the laws of the UEE, yeah, it should be consistent. Now, when you talk about the Lorville, maybe you can negotiate. Maybe you can pay maybe crime does pay there, or maybe in R Corp. It has this nefarious underbelly. You go to the lower depths, the transfer of goods, or you have another location outside of the city of Area 18 that you can go and fence some things, right? I think that was it could be the purpose for Grimhex as well. Maybe goods from Pyro, maybe it's not accepted, right? Goods are not accepted at UEE locations. You have to go to Grimhex. Grimhex have to get their cut, and then they kind of work it in the system to the underbelly of R Corp, and then from the underbelly of the R Corp, it comes up to the upper layers of R Corp and into their structures, right? And then back to the UEE. Maybe I'm going down the rabbit hole, but I'm just saying, right? Those aspects gives you those layers and the way to do things that make sense, or it's part of the lore and narrative where it's like, okay, I'll do it that way. You know, Maze Widow, you just take it to Pyro, you get full, you get high, you know, return for it because people need the edge to be taken off of them because of that system, right? It's lawless. They're always stressed out. They need a little edge to be taken off. So it makes sense. Yeah. Okay, the hopper, is it working? Let's see. 6.4, 6.5, it's working.
Friendly fire.
Yeah, it has not given me a crime stat, which is good. No crime stat. Very, very good. Seven 7.2. Okay, I'm gonna wait for that next whole number. Instead of a fraction.
Friendly
I'm gonna get it to 8 and just move the material into cargo. Yeah, this reminds me I need to change that out to a braid. The left salvage module. Eight. Okay, there we go. Stop. And then I'm going to, in turn, start ejecting, utilizing it. You see automatic. Let's see here. There we go. First one out the hopper. I think this inspired them to use the or come up with the concept for the fabricator. I think this is the early stages and why we have the, I think this was the birth of crafting when we saw this with the vulture and the part where we actually can create the multi-tool, right? That's crafting right there. That's the first. This is the first pioneering game mechanic for crafting, right? Because you can craft your multi-tool, the connecting modules to change it, and then now it's starting to expand. I think now we need an organic version of this to make med gel, such as the pharmaceuticals. And I think when you talk about a gameplay mechanic that's best suited for a type of manufacturer, or if a manufacturer fits a certain type of career aspect because they're a certain way, and I'm going to say it's the Origin brand. Origin doesn't fit as a salvage ship, right? Origin doesn't fit as a mining ship. But Origin fits as let's say, a crafting ship for pharmaceuticals, which is a science. That and MISC. But I would say, first and foremost, an Origin ship that will have the first iteration of organic crafting, or organic crafting of materials such as med gels, the type of like the medical modules we use. Pharmaceuticals, that would be the first one. The making of proteins. You know, you procure pieces of protein from, you know, creatures. You synthesize them, right? And then you make protein chunks that are beneficial. You break down the carcass, or you harvest the carcass, and you're able to, maybe you'll need some sort, maybe a specialized backpack that will hold proteins and plants. A science exploration type of, I don't know what to call it, but armor based on it, a backpack that will hold those said items, a processor or tool that will break down its DNA, right? Almost like 3D printing meat or protein. It breaks it down where it's an organic template, right? And then you're able to reproduce it up to a certain point. It'll produce, then you have to go out and procure again. But again, with that said, we need a pharmaceutical aspect or version of a ship that could specifically do that. And I think Origin fits that narrative of what the manufacturers is about. I think that would be a very interesting prospect. And then the competitor to that would be Musashi Industrial Space Concerns, that science aspect, which is a MISC ship, Endeavor, but Origin also shares science as well. Two type of ships like that. One could be a starter ship, and one could be more of, like the MISC would be the multi-crewed aspect of it, making pharmaceuticals by procuring or interacting with, extracting DNA from flora, plant life, and then animals, proteins, is DNA, and coming up with ways to make med gels and things of that nature, handcrafted med gels, which then you can sell and supply back to your org, right? That ship will sell like crazy. A smaller version, maybe a larger version through Origin, because the MISC Endeavor will be the ultimate in that regard. So a starter ship for the MISC, which will then help flesh out medical facilities, and maybe a research module for the Endeavor. I don't know if it's there or not, but it would be interesting to see the different modules. Okay, 1.3, it's in the red. I'm actually almost done with the material. Turn on the light, look at the surface here.
Friendly fire.
With the okay, I'm gonna get a full number, a whole number again, and then disperse. 1.7. Now I'm gonna take it off the board if I'm able to. I'll clean up nicks. 1.8. 1.9. That's the whole number. Got it. All right, now I'm going to go in, pull the material, put it in a SCU unit, and then I'm going to go ahead and just remove the ship, and the entire ship. It says Uh-oh. My tractor beam is acting weird. Okay, there we go. It reset. Could be desync. Just in time. Okay, here we go. Is that it? I think that's it. There's two. Okay, so now I'm just gonna munch the whole thing, man. Break it all down. So I'll have to destroy the ship, basically soft depth it. Now I'm gonna see if I get the crime stat in Levski. Could be in trouble. Could be in trouble, man. Target the ship. Oh wow, the audio changed for the holy smokes. I can't target it. It doesn't see the ship. It's probably saying, well, should I give him a crime stat or not? Go back to it. Surface invalid. It's like the ship doesn't exist or what? Audio's changed a little bit. Something's funky going on. It's showing like it's giving me the quantum vibes. Okay, maybe I was in nav mode. Let's see. Is that the case? Yeah, I was in nav mode. That's weird. Maybe I was always in nav mode. Didn't realize it. Okay. Let me see if I can fracture. What is it telling me? Disintegrate. Okay, fracture. Is it power is on? Okay, that means I'm gonna take it out. Oh, it's in nav mode now. That's weird. Hold on. No. Okay. I think there's a bug that I'm in SCM mode, right? And now I can target the ship. I should always be able to target the ship. SCM. Unable to target the ship. So if I can't target it, okay. Yeah, something's off. If I go to fracture, see, I can target there, right? In nav mode. Okay, it's targeting. I see the that audio is, it sounds good, but it's a problem. It's killing the bandwidth, man. The tech that on it is crazy. It's got to be dialed back. It's almost stuttering the system. great, but yeah, it's too much tech debt on it. Okay, I think let's see now. Fracturing mode. See what it's gonna yield. I don't see the process happening yet. Let's see. Okay, there it is, fracturing. Let's see if it's... See, there's a bug. Okay, see, size exceeded. Okay. It took all of that. I think there's a lot of desync with it. Power allocation to it. That's a good assumption. But let's see. Okay, power management. Salvage beam is at full capacity right there. Right? I wonder. Yeah. It's off. Now it's on. Yeah, it says it's exceeded this. I can't do anything. I can't. It's too big. Yeah, it's weird, huh? It's again, this is due to us not having Maelstrom. Yeah, it's oversized, but it took a while to kind of let me know. But again, I really think, y'all, that we will see some iteration of Maelstrom allowing us to take pieces and chunks off of the ship. Now, tech debt wise, if you take a portion of it off and it stays out, maybe it will. There'll be a script to remove it. I don't know. Don't know. And then again, this is just in theory of maybe we get an opportunity to break down larger ships through the usage of Maelstrom. That may not be the case. It's just a thought. It is just a thought. But it's funny that I cannot target the ship. And look at the audio update. It's really heavy. It's drowning out a lot of stuff. You notice that? Sounds great though. I mean the special effects. But it's, for some reason, it's not running optimally. Like, it's pulling a lot of resources. And it's deafening, right? To an extent, it's deafening. Shouldn't be stuttering like that. Very odd. Ooh, there we go. We got an explosion. And that's not even right. It should be in fractured pieces. And then it kind of regenerated itself. Look, it's clean. So there, this is a bug. It shouldn't do that. It should be in a constant damage state. Now watch what happens when and this is me. I might get banned for this. I'm exploiting the brokenness. And look, material is filling up. Okay, see, IG's like, we're gonna fix this, Kimmy. We're gonna immediately fix this. Look at this. You're double dipping there, sir. Yeah, I'm exploiting the bug. Because you blow something up, you can go back and get the material again after I stripped it down to nothingness, to the red. You know, it's stripped to the bone when it goes in the red outline. And here I am. Look at that. I send it 07. Good day. Yeah, no, it's funny. I'm just being funny about it. But this is a way for them to look at it and say, okay, this is a priority. He's double dipping. He's making too much UEC. No way, dude. But I just exploited a bug here. Okay, salvagers, you know what you need to do.
It's about that bottom line, baby.
I want the truth. You can't handle the truth.
See, I just gotta like, okay, that's on priority list number 1. Number 2. And it's filling up with more material. Are you serious? I can soft def this thing all day and make a mint. Uh-oh, Twix is getting into his salvage ship. I see Twix. I can see him now. Grabbing that vulture right now, Kimmy. Thank you. Grabbing that salvation right now. Thank you. It's like people are like, okay, later I'm gonna grab my salvage ship. I'm headed out. I found an exploit. Victor's like, okay, I'm getting into the golem, man. See ya. I'm getting the mole. No, not the mole. No, the golem is the mining ship. We need a Drake. Wait a minute. Oh, am I saying that we need a Drake South? Oh no, we got the Drake Vulture. He has the golem. Okay. And the fortune. There's the fortune out there. Consolidated outland with a salvage ship, maybe a small one. Ladybug salvage. Yep, we need more. Yep. Okay, now we're talking about generalist. What about a ship that the hub? It's called the hub, or it refines materials, maybe organics, refining of metals, and cargo. That's interesting. Now that they're opening the doors for the generalist stuff. Oh, it stopped. Look, it doesn't. Okay, no, I stripped that part of it. Now we're introducing the generalist aspects of gameplay. That combination could be met, and it could be a viable option for players who want that cargo, refining metals, refinement of organic material. Maybe the Forge will do that. That's the consolidated outland ship. Refining ore, right? Refine it. Maybe synthesize organics. And then cargo. You cargo base it. You sell it. SCU boxes of med pens. You have a finite number of how many you can dispense in the small box unit. And you transfer it over to your ship and your supplies, right? Or making med gel. I would want to have that shit. Okay, 8.8. Look at that. I'm pulling more materials, man. Holy smokes. And I'm going to try it again to see if it will pull more material if I soft def it again. But maybe you just get one soft def and it resets the surface. And that's it. And stuff like this is easy. It can kill the game, the mechanic. This will kill salvage because it's too easy. Or it's an immense exploit. They keep it like this, which I hope they do not. They're not. Okay, 11.4. Man, it's filling up fast too. Holy smokes. I was able to double dip on salvage. Almost full, man. Six, seven. Station full. Okay, let's see now. Fill up the remaining cargo area and then fill it to capacity so I maximized what I can carry with this ship. It's like you have to reset. There we go. You gotta generate it twice. Okay, let's do auto eject. Let's see. See, it's thinking that that piece of cargo is in the way, and it's not. That's desync. Things are not updating as quickly. Orientation is off. Here we go. Drop it low. There we go. Slide it in. Oh man, come on now. There we go. Tucked in there nice. Maximizing. go. I love the snapping feature because it really helps you. cargo, man. Moving it, filling it up. Just have a few spaces left. And I'm sure there's others who this is nothing for them to max out and then some, even more so. Our community, Star Citizens community, is like that. Maximum. They maximize everything in this game. And they challenge the devs in a positive way to make it even better. I think that's the overall outcome that you want. For some reason it's seeing. There we go. Oh gosh. Oh my gosh. Got another box coming out. I could potentially squeeze one here. That's right at the door, man. But I think I'm good. Oh, it says it's blocked. Let's see here. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Well enough. Let me see. Gosh. Woo. And I lift this up. Okay. Forward. Rotate a little bit. Okay. I think I have found the solution to get more. Continue button. Oh, I got it to work. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. I got it to work, y'all. Insane, man. Uh-oh. Let me see. That's everything, man. Woo. Could get another one. I could get another one. Then you fill up the hopper again. Yes. Isn't it? Man, I'm double dipping out here, man. Because I did a soft def and it has more material. Yeah, I zeroed out the hopper. Holy smokes. I mean, that exploit only goes but one way. I think, I'm going to see if I can soft def. I don't think I can soft def this ship again. I think that's the one buff you get. Soft def, and then it should break up, though. It should have broken in pieces, but it did not. So that's a bug. That's an obvious bug in Star Citizen. Exploitable bug. Yeah, it's filling with material. Now the funny part about it is I go to sell and it's not there. That would be hilarious. But it'd probably make people mad. Put all that work to exploit that bug and you mean to tell me I can't get paid for it? Swiss cheesing. 8.2. I think there's something in the game settings for audio, like the special effects. Yeah, there you go. I think that could be causing the issue. Master volume. Okay, bring that up. Sound effects volume. Ship computer. Okay, maybe that's a good adjustment. Let's see. Point 7. It's counting too. Okay, it's going in the red cell shading now, meaning most of it is pulled. I'm still curious that once they really understand what's possible for Maelstrom, will that then become a new step forward for salvage in general? Will we kind of see the claw come back into effect, the hull munching? Will that come back into effect once they see all of the potential of Maelstrom? I'm just going to enjoy what I can play. They may be fine with it where it is and be done with it and move on to other things, but it would be interesting that they come back and say, hey, Maelstrom, this is what it can do, this is what it can transform in regards to current processes that we have in game, such as salvage, and the reclaimer could get back to its original or close to its original concept. All that's going to say is here comes a resurgence in sales regarding the reclaimer. People will want to, pledge for it again because it's an interesting dynamic. It's what's old becomes new. Yeah, intensity, anticipation, and that's a constant for them. They're building an engine, but they're building an engine in mind of keeping gameplay fresh and new, and also maturing and innovating along that way. They really want to hear what the community has to say, but also utilize that and leverage it in order to make the game the game much more fun, even more fun, more immersive, and especially if it aligns with the concepts, it's a no-brainer. But also, I think the last common denominator that will dictate if it's a go or no go, that would be Benoit Beausejour looking at, does it play nice? Does it make sense regarding tech debt and things of that nature? Do we have to reinvent the wheel or not? Those are the things that's going to be taken in consideration. And so, it's always great to see the functional pieces that's already working, and somehow see if you can actually recycle existing processes, recycle them and make them something new that will translate to more fun, more immersion in the game. I think that's along those lines of, building the game up and growing it. That's a no-brainer. Prime example, you have fabricators, you have crafting machines, you have one for inorganic materials such as metallics, or for your hull, armor, weapons, guns. But then you have the organics, that's healing gel, medicinal purpose, or using as a regrowth for parts that are cybernetics, cybernetics that can go into metallic arms. You have a crafting machine that's inorganics for crafting arms, but it stays in the vein of medicine and science, right? So you might need a ship that will do that. Inorganics for cybernetic parts, organic for med gels or detox pens, right? What makes air? You bring your combinations of what makes air. Procure those elements. Water. Bring in those elements. Yeah, organic, inorganic fabricators. And you're talking about a whole line of different ships then has specific abilities for those purposes alone. The sizing aspects of it, one that's industrial size to sell those said items back into the economy, or to orgs, personal ones for quality of life, necessity of life, survival. Then it also opens the door for planets to be more volatile, that have sickness, illnesses, right? Radiation, things of that nature. like getting into the nooks and crannies of the ships. That's where you'll find some material. .4. Did I get it all? Close to it, right? Holding weapons and everything. Holy smokes. .5. I get 8.8. Have I tried the Golomox? I sent it. I have not, but it's a man. That is a really cool ship. 8.8. I looked at it and I saw the inverted cargo grid, and I said, you know, looking at what it can carry, it's the best versions of one of the best versions of the Argo raft, as well as the what is that lift ship that I think that is it could be Argo. I think it could be Argo. They have different versions of it, and it was part of the Silhouettes. Matter of fact, let me look to make sure. I think that is the. Is it Grey Cat? No, it's not Grey Cat. I'm at 9. Holy smokes, I'm at 9. The Javelin is on sale. The Nautilus, the Reclaimer, Redeemer, Retaliator. Holy smokes, the Peregrine. Oh my gosh, the Vulcan. That's the one right there. I think now we're getting closer to a reality for the Vulcan, where that concept is starting to make sense. I wonder now, will refueling, as opposed to those nodules, will that stay? Or will it becomes a hatch that opens and you drop a container in there full of fuel? I don't know, man. I don't know. It just makes... I don't know. Well, then that would do away with the UI and making the adjustments of how much fuel you have to... They may have to stick with it or come up with a better way to connect. more efficient way to get it to connect. Don't know. Wow, the Vulcan. Beautifully crafted. Ugly ship, but it's so beautiful. I'm gonna go back and look at the larger ships and see what the status is. I'm curious. As people are talking about, well, the Nautilus. That's another concept that's yet to be. The Javelin destroyer. Hey y'all. Chat. The Javelin is sold out. The Javelin is sold out. 2,700 and $3,000. They're sold out. War Bond, 2,700. The other one is Concept, $3,000. It's basically $300 more. Both are lifetime insured, of course, but they're sold out. The Javelin is sold out. And then it has more ways to acquire through the packages. Dude, I'm freaking blown away. I'm blown away. It's sold out. It's a capital ship. A sold out capital ship. Mind blowing. Holy man. Okay, I'm looking at Idris. Okay. The Idris P sold out. Okay, let's look at the Nautilus. Okay, it's still available, but it's a landmine. It's a landmine ship. I mean, mines, like not land, but space mines. I'm just, wow. Hammerhead. Still available. But the Idris sold out. Man, whoa. They sell in seconds, and of course they're sold. It's that way every year. Whew. That's just nuts, man. No wonder people would be pissed off. Advertising. It's still not. The game's still not out yet. Looking at that. Oh my gosh. They cannot unsee that. The hit magazines, or whatever you want to call it, the media websites that report games, and they can't unsee that. The hate will flow. But yeah, Chris he captured that vision, man. He captured the imaginations. Again, I think this definitely gives them an advantage of procuring the talent and the extra help that's required to get this to the finish line. That sets them up very nicely whether it's a hire or a commission person, pay them what they're asking for to actually come through with the tech. And I don't know, or just hire them on board. It's up to them. But they have options now. It's gonna really pan out, and I think the person, who will lead that charge, and along with Chris Roberts, will be Benoit, Aaron. I mean, all the VPs there they know exactly what they need. Now they can go after that talent, and I think we don't mention that enough, but that's the sales is the revenue accounted for. That's a part of the process of making the game more of a reality, not a concept. Even to the extent that they could hire even more people to come on board to make the ships, right, and come up with ship concepts. There's a lot of talent out there. A lot of game companies are folding or letting go of talent. So, yeah. Yeah, orgs, people with disposable incomes. You're getting that combination there, Arbiter, that they can come in and just, hey, I got this as an option. So this is for my org. I love my org. Or the org itself saying, hey, we got this in funding. We've actually pooled our finances, and this is all for the org. Don't care. This is disposable income for the orgs as well. Well, that's the question I said. That's a good question, but it's a always constant moving question, because the moment you say 2 years, right, or 2 years at least, what happens 6 months from now? What happens next year? Does that really decrease that number of it being far out? Especially when they're able to procure even more talent. Then all of a sudden, that's a constantly moving question. I think you're locked in. You say, okay, 2 years, and then you turn around and realize, oh, it's in active development, and you're like, whoa, how did that happen? Well, the pace, the maturation of the designs, the manufacturer's design kit, their library, what they learned. Jared, he was using, what did we learn? The things that they've learned from the other ships. Like now, for a case in point, the prime example was Polaris came out. Everybody got their Polaris. Who pledged and who thought they wanted and needed a Polaris, it was there for them. They picked it up. And fast forward, in comes the Perseus. Oh my gosh, look at what you've done to the Perseus. And now they're having conversations of what they see with the Polaris, the shortcomings. Case in point, I'm not going to make fun, but the case in point, prime example was, hey, the Perseus will allow the pilot to shoot their torpedoes. Didn't have that with the Polaris. Oh, now they're going to double back and allow the Polaris to utilize that. That's just a small sample size of, as they forge and they get better with their processes, they go back and they reattach or relink some things to make that other ship better. What they've discovered, what they're looking at as far as the crafting, now, people who looked at the Carrack, looked at the Perseus, melted the Carrack, because the Perseus was, it had all the newest, all the shining bells and whistles to it. But then fast forward, they've just recently stated that with the crafting aspects now more in line with what repair is, because the similarities are so minute that we can replace repair with crafting. Now it's going to be incorporated into the Carrack. Now the people who melted the Carrack are saying, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and do that buyback, or I have these LTI tokens with these smaller ships that I purchased. Purchased enough of them. That'll be my LTI token, or my buyback will take care of it. So I'm going back and get the carrot. 3,000 in the stock market in 2 years, could pick it up without shaking a finger. There you go, I send it. If I recall correctly, that's already been declared by CIG. Yes, yep. When Squadron 42 is released, that's when the Javelin will come out. Very nice. Blackwater Go 07. Yeah, I mean, it's Christmas bonuses have been anticipated for the hard work. Yeah, man, they showed out this year. CIG, love it, hate it, lament it. They showed out. They've been aggressively attacking these patches, these features. Man, they've earned it every bit. And Chris is not stingy. He's not stingy. He's happy. It makes Chris happy. So good look there, CIG. Ooh, that was loud. That audio, whoo, it's rough. Let me see if I can. Yeah, that audio, man, is rough. Maybe just go to a point, if it's a larger ship, the next narrative is destroy the ship where it becomes fragments that you can break down. Why not? At the risk of crime stats, depending on where you are, use the Argo SRV to drag it out of the law system zone. Oh yeah, the audio needs some help, man. It's in a bad situation. I don't want to crash the system. Okay, I'm gonna get back to the
Shield system offline.
get back to Levski. Okay, I'm too close. Fly there fast in the navigation. There's another ship. I think after IEE, we may start to get the Vandal patrolling the area, so there's going to be that element of danger. That's going to be hilarious, man. People mining, salvaging, and all of a sudden that music change. Oh my gosh, people just freak out and start running. I think the safe place is if they set a perimeter for turrets that kind of holds them at bay. That would be cool, as opposed to they randomly come in super close and lay down, you know, destruction while you're on a pad or something. That'll mitigate that. Yeah, that kind of like the safe zone, run into the safe zone. What is that? Shit. Oh, it's the Cutlass. Okay, let me get to work. Oh, it's considered armistice. Okay. Can't do anything. Even cannot even. There's no mining. I mean, salvaging of that. It's is Idris Elba. Someone called this shit Idris Elba. Oh my god.
Shield system online.
He's in a Luther Black. Call this shit Luther. Never saw that series. I hear it's pretty cool. He's doing it. He's coming back to do it or something, or some movie he's doing. Luther. I don't know. How beautiful is Nyx, John? How beautiful, right? Okay, I'm gonna sell these goods. Put them on the freight elevator. Hanger request. There it is. Okay, wait. Oh, I'm over here. I'm over here. There's a freight elevator, so I'm gonna bring it around. Okay, let's see.
Landing complete.
Open up the hatch and get to work. Put some work in. Bring that down into the freight elevator. Okay, here we go. All right. I'm at 24% health. I'm gonna see how quickly I can get this done and then celebrate by rehydrating myself. All right, moving that cargo, y'all. Holy smokes. They did state that they've sped up the tractor beam. I love it, but you got to be careful, man. This thing slams. You can also probably use this as a weapon too. Slamming people with the crates, grabbing crates and everything, man. customized it. Um, Love the music, man. Pedro the Maestro. No doubt about it, man. Okay, now, oh, I got one more here. Let's see what the number is when I go to the freight elevator. There's a little bug here where it doesn't catch the way it should. There, finally it did. Could be delay. May not be so much of it being a bug. See? It thinks that it's something there. That's definitely a delay, desync delay. Hit that auto reject. There you go. Yeah. Yeah, moving cargo and then having that extra bit of a protection as you do things. It's nothing wrong with that. I think that's smart. I think that's being frugal with your investments. So if you're like, hey, look, you come in to do this and do that to me, then you're going to have to work for it, bro. Or ma'am, you're going to have to work for it. I'm going to make it hard on you. But I'm going to still be able to jump in the game and kind of throw caution to the wind because I'm setting myself up for success because I want to be able to protect myself. You win that battle, fine. I'm good with it, but I will continue to do what I need to do because I have this particular ship. So it's going to be rare occasions. It's not going to be the norm of, hey, they just see an industrial ship. They're going to, and here's the thing, now that we're getting engineering, there's going to be, pros and cons on both sides of it. There's going to be prices to be paid on both sides, right? So it makes a lot of sense. It's a great decision on doing that. It's how you want to operate. It's what?
It's about that bottom line, baby.
Yes, truly. Did I finish? I might have finished, right? 0.4. Weird number. Yeah. Can I craft something? Nope. Yep, crafting. There it is, the beginning of crafting. All right. Yeah, that's a great decision to ascend it. A lot of people will fall into that, follow that, and mirror that narrative of how you're doing things as it should be. And I think you say, well, CIG, why don't you do all ships that way? No, they don't need to, because when we're talking about this becoming an MMO and people playing it properly as an MMO, you're going to have ships designated just for the purpose of F around and find out. As you guys like to say, some of you guys, mess around and find out. You're going to have ships that are dedicated to just patrolling their prospective org, right? They're going to do that. That's what they do. And the other ships, the purely industrial ships in general, will piddle around and do what they're supposed to do without that worry, because then the moment someone pops up in the location wanting to create havoc or pirate or grief, those said ships will go into action and says, it's about time, I can't wait, let's go. I've been waiting for you. Matter of fact, I'm going to add you to the narrative of salvage, because I'm going to lay waste to you. You came in on a great time. You're going to be added to my bonus, partner. You're going to be a part of my bonus, and you're going to have orgs that have that kind of narrative set up. Like any said hostiles that you dispatch, those are yours for procurement to salvage and just break down. That'll be added to your pay. That'll be an extra bonus. We'll salvage it for you and give it to you. That'll be part of your payout. That's or it goes back into the org. All of that goes back into the org. That's lovely. So they want and hope that becomes the thing, right? Of course. I mean, if I was an org doing that, I would love that too. Damn, fires here to take out fires. If your ship is on fire, you land and it's, holy smokes, potentially, yeah. Especially with persistent. Okay, I had 33 in total. Nice. I earned a drink here. Earned a drink. Now I gotta see what the payout is. Right, it all depends on that ship, right? If you have the resources, your large pirate org, I don't know. I don't know where that story ends, where it begins. It's going to be interesting because you can't rule it out in its totality. The moment you do, the moment you see it happen, right? The moment you see that happen in game, because the potential lies there in that happening. So I don't know, that's gonna be interesting though. But I did like Ascendant. What there's gonna be, put it to you this way, Ascendant, there's gonna be opportunity for that to happen, because at some point, because they've changed some of the concepts of how the hull D&E will hold their cargo, at the sacrifice of that number dwindling down, but due to the new the X configuration, as opposed to the X or the square, the cross symbology, the cross symbology. Now it's the X configuration. Okay, there's a Pico bouncing around. Yeah, look at that desync. Now I need to see where I'm gonna sell goods. That's okay. I gotta check the refinery. I'm going up 01. I don't need an airlock. Alliance residencies, home hearth habs. So, borehole station, ventilation system. So that's refinery is at the bottom. Ore sales. What about a cargo? Supplies. I guess supplies is going to be there. Cafe Musain, Cordy's Armor, more. Conscientious objects. Yeah, so cargo services is up. Okay, yeah, I need to go up. Cargo services. That's do I sell my salvage there, I think? Maybe. Yeah, let me try. Let me give it a try. Yeah, I would think so. What's conscientious objects? Let me try the cargo services and see if I can. And then there's supplies. Let's try. And then just once it could happen. Never seen a pirate org with anything bigger than the C2. Yeah, but then we're still waiting for things to scale up accordingly. Hey man, I was about to say the desync is much better, and then here we go. Let me be quiet.
Anyway, what's new with you?
Things are getting pretty desperate in the UAE. I'm one back border away from joining an outlaw pack. I hate that thing with the mouse. Bloody apply. It's on its way home after work. It's on the low.
Things just getting harder and harder around here.
Are they talking?
Right between the eyes and set the guy running just like that. Now, I'm not saying violence.
Cargo services. Let's see. Let's find out. Commodity trading. Let's see here. Okay, here we go. This is what I want probably. All right, loading. Let's see. Select location. Maybe here. Revenant tree pollen. Wow. Aphrite, argon. Sellable cargo. Here we go. Nothing. This is probably not me. Because it probably would have been here. Select location. No, it's not here. Oh. I don't know how that. Okay, that's not a go. Commodity shop. Okay, let's go further here and here. Supplies and equipment. It's probably not going to be here. Cargo shop. Let's see. Why is that merging like that? Let me see if these buttons are Drake Orb Pod. Sell. Nope. Okay, it's locked. Am I about to crash? Am I about to crash? It's locked. We're about to find out. Okay, what's going on? There it is. Here it comes. I heard the audio there. The audio was a clue. Okay. CTD for crash. Oh shoot. CTD across the desktop. 4.4 live patch. Submit. Okay, launching. 07 toys. Love you, brother. 07. Happy Thanksgiving, man. So what do you thought? Have you been keeping up with some things? The Star Citizen Live event, a lot more ships, of course. There's going to be engineering, wave 1 by potentially Saturday for engineering toys. A lot of stuff has been going on. A lot's been going on, man. Has anyone in here purchased gift cards from CIG? Is it considered new money or store credit? That's a great question. That's a great question. You should be able to purchase with that if you're using. You should be able to. Let me look. I'm on the website. Let me look at shop, pledge store. Let me see. I'm not sure if it's merchandise or add-ons. Let me see. Or it could be subscriber store. Nope, not merchandise. Gift cards. There it is. $50, $100. Okay, well, let's see. I'm gonna look now. Okay, here we go. What do you get for the Star Citizen who has everything? The Star Citizen gift cards make a great last-minute holiday gift for your friends and family. Let the newcomers choose the perfect game package that's fit for them, and let experienced backer get that one ship upgrade they had their eye on for weeks. When you buy a Star Citizen gift card, you'll be able to send it as a gift through your My Hangar section. Please note that if this is the first purchase on your account, there's a 30-day waiting period before the gift can be sent to another account. Star Citizen gift cards must be exchanged for store credit from their recipient's My Hangar section. Store credit. This pledge does not include access to Star Citizen. To play, a game package is required. Yeah, it is store credit. It's actual store credit. And so you have increments of a $10 gift card, you have a $25 gift card, you have a $50 gift card, and lastly, you have a gift card for $100 that you can purchase. And I think they're in increments as well. You can, once you add to cart, let me see. Yeah, you can set the increments too. From one to many. Yeah. 07. It's vague. I'm a gift card collector because I almost never use credit cards. Right. So, yeah. Yeah, they're definitely credits. Whoa. Walking to the sign, that's what you get. Man, these views, man, are really cool. Yeah, these are like physicalized items that you can. Maybe a trade center is where I need commodity trading. I was there. Useless room. I don't know what this is going to become, or is a door here. I don't know. They're going. Maybe that's to the lower depths at some point. Service. Oh, get out of my office. So, I would have to. It's definitely not from here, from the commodities. To sell goods. Levski. Let's see. Levski. I was there. It popped up. Something. Look at that. That's it. There it is. You do sell your salvage here. Max. 151K. Sold. There it is. So going back to it, you scroll down to and you find Levski. So that's pretty good. So the left mouse is going to the light. Turning on the lights. I gotta check that. But yeah, so that's how that works. And now I have to go to mining, right? The ore. So that's a different section. Yeah, the lag is calmed down a lot in Levski. Okay, so we're on surface area, cargo services. So I'll need to go to ore supplies. I'm going all the way down. This elevator is going down. I think this is a brilliant way to help alleviate issues with the elevator. It's a combination of the tram system and the elevator. You don't press buttons. You look at the direction that the elevators are moving. And see, that one's going down. That's weird. They both have to go down, right? Because this is the top floor. Next stop, refinery deck. And that's where I want to go. So it's going to go from 0 to 3. It's going to drop all the way down, refinery. Because I have ore to buy.
The capsule now approaching station moment. Stand clear of disembarking passengers.
Disembarking. Oh, nice helmet, man. He's decked out. These guys are decked out. I'll give you a 07, man. Okay, sub-level 1. I might have jumped off the wrong. Refinery is 3, so it's going in the order it's supposed to. But it said next floor, so that could be the messaging. That's a bug. The messaging system is off. It's because I was at 00, which is naturally 01, then 02, then 03. But it said refinery was next, so that's a bug, CIG. The naming conventions of the floor is off. It's not in sequence. Or it's not working it's not coordinated with the actual floor. What's CO? Crafting 0 is tier 0 is weapons. Yeah. Okay, that's 01, then I'm going to 02, then 03. Not to be confused with medical tiers. Yikes. Yeah, we need to see an indicator what floor it is here. A visual indicator. Or okay, it's up here. It's right there. It's the analog version. Okay, central lift 3. That's it. This is right there in your face. I love it. Right there. Straightforward. Oh, people, y'all laid out on the ground. Widow is a dangerous drug. All right, here we go. Conscientious object submit. Oh, it's weapons. Oh, there you go. Thank you, Coffee. Thank you for that, man. Thank you. Okay, so I have a completed work. Oh, wait a minute. Prospector. I have one set up. Electrostarolysis. Yeah, see, my left mouse button is something is triggering it. Okay, nothing there in my. Oh, wait a minute. They were in the
Safety notice.
Rodolevsky. Remember, it was in the refinery
Approaching the tanks.
bags, I think. Okay, this is complete. I'm gonna have to store it in something. Can it fit in the Mercury Star Runner? Yeah, I think so. Okay, that'll work. Let's see. Levski, there's 0 there. There's nothing there. I don't have it. Nothing in the mole. And nothing in the prospector. So that's everything. Oh, you can see the animation of the ore now. Look at that. They've updated.
Safety notice. Please follow designated routes and refrain from approaching the tanks.
But you don't see the materials like little rock segments falling in and splooshing. Yeah, they added a little something, visual something to it. If there's any inert material, it's still prospector. Anything? No. 0. Okay. Good deal.
Capsule now approaching station.
We are going up, and that will be I think it's 01. Vertical People Mover. VPM. The VPM.
These bits can tell a multi-tool from a multi-wrench.
Embarking passengers.
At the surface. Going down now. Okay, Municipal Works. That's where the lower depths is going to happen next year. Municipal Works. Yep. Where you go underground, and that's where the instance will happen. That's going to be insane, man. Yeah, this is going to be nuts. Let us breathe. The filtering system, things happening to help the system. Maybe in some instances you run out of air and you need helmets. I don't know. Okay, let's see if I have the Star Runner. That's a Pico, change me.
Welcome
Oh.
to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
Oh no, that's a die. That's a die. Star Runner. Okay.
Your vehicle has been delivered to the...
Okay, it may not be there. It says small hangar. I don't know. I gotta check. Let's see. Yeah, it's much improved. Oh, dude, I'm digging his armor. Okay, it said small hangar. It may work. Let's see. Star Runner's there. Nope. Better go to the next hangar. Medium. That's weird. It told me it was in a small hangar, right? But the medium was there. Yeah, CIG's gotta, next year they gotta really get that figured out. Okay, I don't see this Star Runner. Okay, let me go back here
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
and store it, I think. Hopefully I don't lose it and lose the cargo. Okay, it's not there. It's on the small hangar. Okay, no, there it is. Retrieve. Oh. Okay, let's see. Hope I don't mess up.
Your vehicle
Okay, here we go. We're about to find out. Uh-oh, here we go. Here we go. There it is. That's a strong light right there. That's the ship? Is that the ship emitting that light? Okay. All right, let's check to see if the material is in here because I've transferred it over, so it should be here. I think it is. Is the ramp a little taller or is it me? Has it changed a bit? Well, there's the cargo. All right. Yeah, I gotta look at my controller. It's something. It's integrated. The left mouse. It's the mouse.
Crusader Industries, a journey worth
Yeah, I gotta look at that. It could be a
Systems
button
on.
crossed.
Shields.
Oh, did I hit something? Oh, wait a minute. I hit something. That's out. Something invisible. Yeah, I just barely see it. Holy crap. Cargo bay is open. It knocked my cargo bay open. It's not functioning. Could be broken now. Crap. Let me stop here. See if I can get to it. Reset things. Nope. Let me see if I can close it. Manually close it. Crap, man. Broken. Crap. It's broken. from the damage. Wow. Maybe it'll fix itself when I go into quantum. Maybe not. Stanton Gateway. Beautiful. There's Vandal space over there. Red splotch. What I can do is touch down, get repairs at the station, and that should fix the door. Yeah, is that going to be at some point incorporated with the engineering of the game? Functionality like doors, working doors, life support, of course. Getting the functionality back again. Here we go. I see it. The music is just
Quantum travel complete.
all kinds of wonderful. Bum, 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 bum. Pedro, man. Those concertos are just killing it.
Shields on.
Okay, here we go. Um, okay, there we go. I see a pad. Okay, now I know when I see this, look for that red hub. That's going to be your landing pad. I'm going in for repairs, y'all.
Landing complete.
All right, I need repairs complete, please. Okay, there it is. 520 in repairs. Let's get some. Click one of these and go back to landing.
Quantum
There it is.
fuel 100%.
Very nice. All right, looks like I'm repaired. Let's see. Closing door. Oh, come on now. Let me stand up and hopefully it'll reset itself. Man. I thought that repair would have, let's see. There's desync going on too, so probably give it a moment. Got to keep that in mind.
Systems on. Left shields off.
Wow, I bumped into something invisible. All these goods. UEE law, United Earth Empire law. Activating jump point. Here we go. Entry requirements met. Tuning. Jump point is open. And we are entering now. All right. Get your head on the swivel. Oh, here we go. Oh. All right, here we go. Here we go. Moving from one server to another server. And the gaming features makes it feel so seamless, the experience. The experience from one server to the other. Gameplay experience. Totally seamless. Totally. It's a different level, man, of when you know, games you'll have a pause or cut screen, and that's what you call tradition. They've changed the narrative of moving from one server to the other in multiplayer games. This is just so brilliant, the way it's done. And now it's one of the staples.
Quantum travel engaged.
Wow. Brand new system. I wonder if, to some extent, when you enter Vandal space, if that becomes a thing. you run the risk of just randomly being buffeted with a full-on attack that just decimates you, or the randomizations of they don't detect you right away, they don't come to attack right away, so you have a small sliver of space and time to go to a location or planet and realize, oh, this is the wrong one to actually land on. And the number of times that you do it, it's a thing of, hey, I've landed. It's rare. I've had a chance to land. Now I'm extracting data or rare items. But at the risk of, will you make it out alive? That opens the door for some very, very, very interesting adrenaline rushed based gaming possibilities, to the extent that you going in there with the Idrises or Idris eyes, I don't know, a military fleet, just to say, I want to look and see and procure valued items. And even then, you're getting hit with the nastiest type of stuff. And I think one of the things that would really help promote Chapter 2, introducing some things that will be in Chapter 2 when you traverse, like ships that's coming, right? And you see those things, like, wait, what is this? This didn't happen before. And it's a prelude or the prologue to Chapter 2. CIG, you make it happen.
Let's make it happen, Cap.
Interesting stuff, by far. I mean, it would just be, and then let it be word of mouth. Of course, there'll be leaks on it, but
75%.
let me not go into the sun here. Okay, let's see. Area 18. Ooh, I'm jumping. Man, I am jumping. I don't think I have the fuel. Let's see. No, it's not telling me otherwise. Let's see.
Quantum travel.
I'm gonna do a claim on my Star Runner to fix that door. I'll have to. 1 second, bio break. Right back.
fuel 50%.
Oh, 07. All right. Headed to Harcourt. See her in the vicinity now. It's getting bigger. Getting bolder. And Genesis is going to revolutionize visuals in this game to the point where it's going to be the destination. That Genesis update for next year, oh my word. Will I be shocked and amazed that it's coming potentially first quarter? At latest second? And let me tell you, those visuals that will scratch the itch for Chris, claiming that this is the destination for all things sci-fi on this side of video games. The closer he can bring this into the conversation of it being a sci-fi interacting, almost like an interactive movie / video game that's grounded in sci-fi, scratches his itch. I mean, that movie environment that blurs the line. He's got to have it. He cannot help himself. He's got to have that kind of visual because it screams movie. It screams cinematics, that you're looking at something that's merging actual visuals and cinematics and video games all in one. He cannot help it. Neither could we. We will be blown away. I mean, we're amazed by the visuals right now, but to add the Genesis system and then refine that, automatically the go-to game for sci-fi genres. Automatically, if not, it's already that.
We're sorry. You've exceeded the allotted time to
But people are playing other,
You'll have to return your ship to storage.
Elite Dangerous, they're playing it, they're playing EVE Online. It's gonna really push narratives of, but those visuals, man, that Star Citizen gives out, oh my god, with that Genesis system, I mean, it's next level. That's when you talk about, well, what's exploration? You know, immersing yourself in the environments that you interact with, and you see new nuances of it. Graphically speaking, yeah. I think when you talk about interaction and science and mishaps that occur due to not having the background knowledge of things, that's still in respect, that's still exploration. Here we go. Beautiful shit. Beautiful shit. I want the Clipper with this is the Meridian livery. Livery meaning paint skin livery. I want to see this with the Clipper as well, as I like to call it, the Clipper. I want to see a Meridian Clipper. Torite. What if it sells? I don't know. Lindenium. Lindenium. Still cannot manually shut this. It's broken. Got to do a claim on it. Stuck in the open position, which is weird. It's broken. When I hit that invisible object. All right, I'm gonna do a claim on it. Oh, hello. Open the cargo. I'll bring it up. It is up, isn't it? Hold on. There we go. That was odd. Lindenium. Lindenium. See what the values are for that. And then because it's that size, this would be great to see torite. Lindenium. Alright, I'm gonna see the values. It may not be much, but I don't know. We're about to find out. Send it down.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
Alright, I'm gonna store here.
Your vehicle has been
Been a while, Riker. Been a while. Yeah, I think there may be, once we get true hangars, that's going to eventually become our true hangar without base building, right? So kind of see what that's like to kind of help them with getting the foundation in for base building. I wonder if we get a opportunity to see or make a choice of what type of hangar it will be based along those 4 type of style guides. AVG, that was the one I pledged for the asteroid. We paid real money for that selection. You have the Revell in York, which is that wood and panoramic, I mean, just clean, luxury style hangar. You have the Southland, and there's another one. I kind of cannot keep that memory of it. Let's see. Hangars. Glad there's Wiki, man. It's starting to come in handy for me. Hangar module. Let's see. Okay, AeroView was that one. AeroView. Southland, AVG.
Now arriving.
AeroView, which I think that's the one we see in Orison. Then you had the Southland, I believe that's here in Area 18, possibly maybe Lowerville as well. And AVG, which is now a part of Nix, or let's say better yet, Levski, the asteroid hangar. And then we've yet to see the Revel in York, which I presume would be or appropriately placed in Terra that's coming on board. Oh man, the 890 jumpers are gonna be like, oh ho ho ho, ho. The luxury, the luxury, the luxury. Yeah, it's gonna make sense to have it with the 890 jump, 600i, any and all things that are Origin. Terra. For some reason, it would make sense that your manufacturer. Where's Origin manufacturer? I gotta look that up. It would only make sense that they're in Terra. Did I have that right? Origin Jump Works. Or is it Earth? Okay, Origin Jump Works. Okay, I gotta read this, man. Okay, Torite, 6 units. Area 18. 3K, that's it for that? That wasn't a lot. Lindenium. Ooh, Lindenium is like that, man. 43K. Lindenium is like that. Holy, that's not bad, man. Merrick Gem, the Merrick. I'm about to get another crash desktop. I might. Okay, it stopped. Select location. Area 18. What's here? Oh, I can sell that now? Yes. Getting rid of this. Awaiting manual delivery. Get rid of that, man. That thing's been around too long. They fixed it. Yes. Merrick Gem. Did I not sell it, or was it telling me? Awaiting manual delivery to freight elevator. Okay, entity query failed. Was that always the case? It was. Man. Yeah, I didn't see the message. Didn't look. Just got excited. Okay, I gotta load it. Okay, Lindenium. $34K, that's not bad. Insufficient stock. That's odd. That is very odd. Not sure what's going on here. Okay. Okay. So Origin, let's see. Origin Jump Works. It is a spaceship and engine manufacturer of high quality and luxury products. Their headquarters is, I was right. Their headquarters is guys, you knew this and you didn't. Their headquarters is based in Terra. It's a natural. If it is possible for a company to merge class and sophistication with the sheer risk of spaceflight and the cold-blooded nature of interstellar dogfighting, Origin Jump Works, GmbH, comes the closest. What does the GmbH stand for? Wonder. Origin Jump Works, the history, manufacturing code, spacecraft and engine manufacturing, the race, headquarters, human, New Austin, Terra system. New Austin. Oh my gosh, New Austin. That's crazy. Key people, Jennifer Friskers, CEO, founded in 2750. Let's see this, man. Origin was incorporated in the mid 28th century. For their first decade, the company produced high-quality fusion engines used by the UEE military and mounted on the ostentatious Roberts Space Industries and Aegis Dynamic star yachts available to the public, at least the well-heeled public at the time. With the need for personal spacecraft growing exponentially, Origin moved to compete with the companies they initially supplied. Within 10 years, the company was producing a top-selling mid-scale composite transport, and within 50, their well-paying customer base was neck and neck with RSI for gross profits in the manufactured spacecraft field. Origin premiered their initial 200 and 300 lines of personal ships in 2899 and has held a strong second in that market ever since. Founded on the banks of the Rhine in Cologne, Germany, Origin had strong ties to Earth for the first 2 centuries of their existence, originally going so far as to insist that every component for their Elite 600 line may be manufactured in Seoul. In recent years, these ties have been severed completely. Declaring Terra the new cultural capital of the United Earth Empire, President Jennifer Friskers made the then popular decision to relocate to Terra. In a largely unexpected executive order, she moved corporate headquarters and the primary design team to the settlement of New Austin. Does it sound familiar? In 2913, they moved to the settlement of New Austin, which is in Terra. Since that time, manufacturing has become nearly completely outsourced, with only an engine testing facility remaining on Earth's moon. Government scrutiny of the company since the move has also flourished, with tax issues quadrupling following the decision to leave Earth. New Austin has become an Origin town, with the company holding fast as the key employer, Omega Foods, the corporate entity responsible. One second, let me. Okay, I had to move the screen over. New Austin has since become an Origin town, with the company holding fast as the key employer. Omega Foods, the corporate entity responsible for the Crab-O chain, is a distant second. The system has become a mecca for Origin enthusiasts, with wealthy buyers traveling across the galaxy to purchase their ships straight from the factory floor. A stunning company showcase in the center of the city highlights M50s, 300s, 890 jumps, and a series of life-size action dioramas costing millions to set up and display. And Origin has sponsored naming rights for local stadiums, high school, as well as the streets. Origin in the streets? Origin is about those streets? Streets of gold. Tourists leaving New Austin without a 300 series shot glass or keychain is nearly unheard of. Oh my gosh. $890 jump with an elegant, sleek exterior that belays its spacious interior. The 890 jump is a true engineering marvel, crafted to impress from every angle by combining a unique, innovative design with the finest materials and the most advanced technology. The result is a vessel that is in a class all of its own, a masterpiece worthy of the name Origin. Origin Jump Works GmbH was one of the Star Citizen's first ship companies, and CIG named it for several reasons. Working in reverse order, the GmbH is present because CIG wanted the company to seem German, or at least to imply that its terrestrial beginnings were German. GmbH stands for Gesellschaft Mittelbrauchsschwanker Haftung, the German version of the term limited liability company. Sounds Drake to me. This was a small tribute to the dedicated German fans who helped keep Chris Roberts' space sim legacy alive for so many years. Frankfurt, Germany? Okay, next, CIG wanted to get across that Origin was dedicated specifically to luxury spacecraft rather than just any kind of rocket. So they created the new word Jump Works, a play on the Motor Works in BMW. For those who, this is funny, real fun fact. People used to think that BMW meant British Motor Works, and it's like, no, it's Bavarian Motor Works. So yeah, so BMW, it's a play on that. Jump Works, it's a play on the Motor Works and BMW, one of the car companies that inspired Origin's output. Finally, Origin itself followed in the footsteps of Anvil as a nod to one of Chris Roberts' previous companies, Origin Systems. Origins, we make worlds. I remember that. We create worlds. Here's the wiki on Origin. So he's playing around, man, having fun. Did you make a big Thanksgiving feast? I couldn't make it all, so I did the mac and cheese. I did a soup, very nice soup. I did the greens. That had to do the greens, and I did the crab cakes, man. Yeah. So yeah, I did it. Made a nice seafood, like basically a seafood chowder. Very nice. It was good. It was really good. Matter of fact, I'm gonna stop here and actually get me some, but I think I will call this a intermission. Speaking of missions, I want to get back with you all. Probably do some looting. Get to some locations. I have a Meyer backpack. I want to try to get, guys. If you're down for some looting, some FPS, some further iterations on the new stuff, let's go. This is the Star Citizen weekend. If you're around this evening, let's do this. So I want to get some of that Thanksgiving leftover right there, Shimpasta. You were right on time, right on cue. I got to get something in my stomach, man. Everyone, thanks for tuning in. Let me see. Do I pass it forward and raid? Who's out there? Let's see, man. We got some players out there. You rated me before, man. HC Vertigo. Let's send it over. Yes, happy leftover day, right? I'm going to rate Mr. HC Vertigo. He rated me before. I'm going to return the favor. Raid has been created. Yes. I will be back, coffee, a little later. Everyone, if you're up for some FPS, some looting, let's get in. Yeah, you know it. He's like, But dude, I gotta get my Meyer backpack. I gotta finish that, dude. I want my Meyer now. I want my Meyer backpack, Arbiter. I gotta have it. Gotta have it. Gotta do that first. We gotta have it. At least see if it's there. Rating now, y'all. We'll see you in a bit. 0707070707s.
Let's make it happen, Cap.
Rating Mr. HC Vertigo. Here we go. It's like, uh-oh. He's doing his thing. Everyone, thank you. Thank you so much. I'm gonna stop here and I'll be back this evening. Let's get this raid. Let's get this this loot, man. Let's get it. 07s are. Be back in a bit.